Hey there, everybody. It's me, Alex Yard. Hello, Serious Sam with the first chat of the day. Healing Pep in the house, hello. Sam's hitting a 10-stream streak. Nice job, my man. Hello, Vector. And Keo has got the immaculate immortal words from Metallic Madness, which at least one commenter thought that quote was Metal Sonic talking, and I had to correct them and say, listen, Metal Sonic bit the dust at the end of Stardust Speedway. So it couldn't be him at Metallic Madness, unless he recorded the voice for Robotnik before he died. What's up, everybody? Welcome to another exciting week in the Alex Yard Zone, WAYZ 91.6 FM. Hope everyone's doing good. And dude, Eblo is also on a 10-stream streak. Wow. So now it's an epic competition to see who can last the longest without tripping up their streak. You know? It's on. And then Keo says you're asking, actually, am I good to travel here? Hey, what's up, JJ? JJ used to think it was RoboCop because of the Dead or Alive. Why, did RoboCop coin the phrase Dead or Alive? I thought they would put that on the bills that they put up with the vigilantes in the Wild West. Keo wonders, who do I think is singing What I'm Made Of? Sonic or Metal? Alright, I cannot tell a lie. I can't remember what I'm made of. Which song is that? Now, I'm thinking Snow. Right? Seaside Kingdom? That Heroes did it. That's boring. But Snow? That's way more interesting and never been done. We're going to the Snow as a commemorative February decision. Let's go. Hey, what's up, Polar Wildcat Studios? Oh, okay. So Sonic Heroes Final Fight. And Eblo thinks it's sung by Johnny Gioeli. That's the bit. No, Sonic or Metal? Yeah, I would have to look at those lyrics again. Because the only time I heard it was sung by Johnny in the same room as me. Priceless memory. And then, of course, streaming the game here with you, where we saw Knuckles go super, didn't we? That was part of the deal. But yeah, hope everyone's doing good. We've got an exciting slate of programming in store for this week. And yeah, let the good times roll here at the Snow Kingdom. Wow, I'm just wearing the Super Mario Maker outfit. And this game came out before Mario Maker 2, right? Yeah, Keo says great value super forms, if anything, like a Walmart super form. A super form for casuals. Less canon casuals. Whoa, I thought these were sheriff stars at first. Look how cold Mario is shivering. That shiver animation probably added 2 weeks of development, but it was worth it. Sam's detecting that there audio lag, which is the classical quandary with the Nintendo Switch. So let's go ahead and reset the Switch, collect the purple snowflakes, and continue on this Superman 64 level amount of fog adventure. Hello, Ghostaburb. Ghostaburb's in the house. Keo noticed the audio glitches too. Look at this headlight. It's like that movie, Dumb and Dumber. Sam thinks it sounds like an emulation issue. How could it be an emulation issue if I'm not even using an emulator? Wow, scripted camera points down on purpose. Now these are the crystals that you can break in Mario Galaxy, right? Mario's cold. Keo says hello to one and all. I'm trying to find the way to go. Does it want me to... Yeah, it's cluing me to jump down there. Follow the coins to happiness. Okay. Fall off an edge or something. Whoa. Alright, new mechanic. Wind elevator. I'm not gonna bother breaking all these crystals. I did see and listen to selected excerpts from JJ's new video. Congrats on the video publication. I hope the initial returns are making the stock values go up. And, yeah, it chronicles his journey through Dark Souls 2 and 3. Celeste enters the mix. Quite the year of gaming JJ had. A bogus Star Wars game. Sam congratulates JJ on the video. Is this the only place to go? This conspicuous... Now watch, it's gonna be like a fiery furnace down here as a subversion of your expectations. Took way too long to fall down. What is this? A Rayman game? What the hell is this place? I don't remember this. Did they patch this into the game after the 35th anniversary? I'm just kidding. Just the store. I don't have crap for snowflakes yet. JJ says, LOL with no added bits for your listening pleasure. Sorry, I don't quite get that, but Eblo says my expectation of subverted expectations just got subverted. Which is itself a subversion. Yeah, Keo says, tarnish not the majesty of this guy's tower of hats. They got hats. Shiveria, get it? It's like when you have a pet stop sign and you call it Stoppy. Is there ice gear or not? Was the ice gear on... It must be on the right, and I was looking at chat. Keo's got Team Fortress 2 in the resume, just like Cybershell. Alright, yeah, I don't have enough snowflake currency to do this. So good at this attack. Now this music is certainly a subversion. Because you'd expect to hear this on the Irish countryside, man. You missed the race course? Am I going to get to do a racing minigame soon? Also, this is where Penny's Big Breakaway got the idea where you walk up to someone and instead of pressing A, the dialogue just pops up. Eblo says, why is there snow underground? Well, I don't think it fell from the ceiling. I think this entire structure is an igloo of snow. It just has these reinforcement planks and wooden architecture structure. So basically, they built the structure first, and then they filled it in with ice to make the walls and everything. Does anyone have true dialogue? Oh, our MacGuffin is gone. I can't believe it. Oh, JJ feels like he's taken the mick out of. You're being taken the mick out of. You said subverted about 20 times in that. I promise I wasn't doing that, JJ. I didn't notice that you said it that many times. And also, I didn't listen to the entire thing. Because it posted not long before I went live, so I kind of jumped to the games and topics that would have had the highest engagement stats with me. Yes, Keo noticed that their text also shivers, and that's the kind of thing that they would point out at the Nintendo Treehouse and say, that's so cute. Where should I go? Nintendo Treehouse, everybody. Hey, Ghosterburb, look who it is. Talkatoo. Did Ghost of Verb hear bits? Thank you so much, Ghost of... A very good verb indeed. Thank you so much for the 100 snowmen with a carrot forehead. Wow, it's animated and everything. It's melting and then re-apparating. That's cool. Eblo wants to see a Nintendo crack house. Good night, everybody. What's down here? Is this like that Banjo-Kazooie hallway where you go down? Polar Wildcat says, Unicorn Snowmen, it could be. So this is a standalone cavern. And, you know, this purple goop is taking me out of the game. Ruining any and all immersion that I had about this wonderful, cute snow community. Oh, they're just gonna... He's not gonna turn. Yeah. What is that purpleosity doing here? I died. Sweetheart has thoughts. Kyo has no appetite for it. Thank you, Kyo. There better be a Nintendo Treehouse soon about Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Oh, okay. JJ says no added bits because in the past when I did Alex Reacts, yeah, do I always push back on bits like yeah, like a cutaway bit, like, oh, let's stop what we're doing to do this bit. And Sparky's 8-hour falafel is, you know, I don't know what percentage of it is hold the phone, stop the action bits. Oops. But yeah, JJ made it a point not to add unrelated bits to the content. And I think, you know, it's a good call. It's not like you can never do a bit. Do I ever do cutaway unrelated bits? I wonder when was the last time, if at all, I did something in a music theory video that would qualify as an unrelated bit. I can control this in a highly controlled playpen. Ghost of Burb says, LOL, Ghost of Burb looks away for a second. How dare you drop? Was there another burb? Keo wonders what's being drawn. Okay, JJ says, does the Breaking Bad title theme in Superstars video count? You know, it is kind of just having some fun. Now, is that totally unrelated to music theory? Well, it's definitely worth asking the question. But, look at me blowing the competition away. Yeah, JJ says, I use it to demonstrate how the music makes you feel. And also, I mean, it was a subtle criticism because why does my Sonic game now sound like an ABC sitcom? Like, why? So that would have been T. Lopes' arrangement. And I don't think that a 90s sitcom theme type of aesthetic arrangement is how we return to 2D Sonic. Nice. Ghost of Burb is planning a V-Day stream and is drawing a PNG for it. Very cool. Yeah, so if anything, speaking of Breaking Bad, really any Breaking Bad clip that I do is an unrelated. I don't consider it, unrelated, but the ringtone thing, the Hank's ringtone that comes to a stop and then restarts. That is true about whatever the launch bass song I was talking about. Eblo says a Sonic game where the level end jingle is the Seinfeld bassline. Oh, Eblo, did you accidentally type that in chat and you actually meant to type it into an AI prompt that would generate a Sonic game where the level end jingle is the Seinfeld bassline? Because I would play that. Let me know if ChatGPT can handle that request. Dude, so the video that I did about composition rights, I'm not going to, revisit that topic per se, but can I just say that the modded Sonic Mania gameplay was so incredible and funny, and I waited until the very end to show the title screen where the uploader had a quick and awesome montage of all these different characters in Sonic Mania. I saw Lilac from Freedom Planet. I saw Spark the Electric Jester. Like, that was such a fun, jarring thing to put at the end. Keo's wondering what Ghosty is cooking up for the V-Day stream. But it is, as Ulalilia might say, for the time being, classified. Sorry, that information's classified. Can't tell you about level 20 yet, that kind of thing. Sonic.exe showed up in the montage at the end. And now I gotta fight another one of the Deadly Six. Lucky me. Isn't the way he prances around so, just next-gen level of expressiveness? We're talking about expressiveness later today. Am I supposed to jump on these hats? Or I gotta hat my hat into them? I died. Polar Wildcats is vibing with the bunnies. Hey, there's not a courtesy checkpoint, or is it right up here? Whoop, weep, wop. Deadly Six. Is this the one that's inspired by James Brown? Come on. He's looking around for me? What is this, Sonic Mania? Jeez, is that a bad animation? I'd be covering his eyes. Do I just run away to win for this part? Is he gonna raise the stakes with his next attack? Yes. Such a bad animation. I'm sure they thought it was cute at the Nintendo Treehouse. The one thing I remember for the Nintendo Treehouse from Mario Wonder was the Switch or the controller fell over suddenly and made a bang. And everyone was just like, whoa, what was... they're live on the air, like, oh, snap, something fell. And that was what really made an impression about Mario Wonder, which of course influenced my decision to buy it or not. Come here, you. Give me that sweet animation that you couldn't do on a Sega Genesis. Keo says that the 14th is a Friday, so no Valentine's Yard stream. That's right, Ghost of Burb has the monopoly on AYZ adjacent streaming, although... Is JJ gonna... No, JJ wouldn't stream on a Friday, I don't think. So yeah, Ghosty is where it's at. Ghosty's the best in that regard. Oh, right, and Keo says, you would imagine JJ would be busy that day. That's right. I forgot that they have Valentine's Day in the UK. I'm just kidding. I knew all along. I've known about the UK since I was very young. Since I was back going to the Discovery Zone. Did you see that picture that I shared on the Discord? Every year, at least, I try to bring up the Discovery Zone in discussions because it's such a magical place and set of nostalgic memories. Sam wonders, did I watch the Super Bowl? I'm happy to report that I did not. Last year I went to the Super Bowl party, and it was stale and unremarkable, and I had to allow the TV to put Taylor Swift standing there doing nothing into my consciousness, not once, not twice, but more than 3 times. And I was like, you know what? I think I've reached a breaking point. Does the tail wag the dog? I don't care about T.S., Taylor Swift. JJ says that he's not busy on Valentine's Day, only the day after. Okay, Ghost of Burb maybe used to go to a place that was similar to the Discovery Zone. Yeah, if anyone doesn't know, Discovery Zone is basically like it's the premise of, you know, the McDonald's play places that I assume are mostly not a thing anymore, but they could be still a thing. Am I supposed to wall jump this piece? No. I want the star coins. Star coins. Stars. Oh, what the... These things are actually helping me. Yeah, so it's kind of like a McDonald's play place with tubes and a ball pit and all sorts of gimmicks. There was a big old, like, pyramid in the middle of the big ball pit, and it had a rope so you could kind of climb up the side. It was pretty awesome. But the Wildcat Studios certainly knows about the Discovery Zone and misses it. You wish you were able to go there more often back when it was around. Well, once a year, whenever I talk about the Discovery Zone, I get to brag about the fact that I had an annual pass. You buy an annual pass, you can come in any day of the year. It's included in membership. And then the year after that, we would have extended it to another year. But they changed it to, it's an annual pass, but it only applies to weekdays. But yeah, before Discovery Zone took hold, I've got one more to do. This is so linear. This is not open world, this thing. It's 4 totally separate little Crash Bandicam levels. I'm calling bullcrap. They couldn't commit to the open world concept. And I told Nintendo, you leave that to Far Cry. If you try to do that with Mario, you're just going to come up with, kind of half-baked open world product. And look, we got Christmas Santa hats on Goombas. But at what cost? We're in this abstract obstacle course that looks like it might as well be a Super Mario Galaxy level floating in space. Polo Wonkat wonders if I went to the one in Natick. Didn't go to Natick. I guess I won't say exactly where, because it's a micro-docks, but it was in South Coast, Mass. I don't think I ever went to any DZs up near Boston. Now, Eblo says this town installed a Bowser Gate in the center, and it's tied to 4 areas throughout town. So it's as if this whole town was designed proactively to, and I guess I wasn't paying attention, is it to honor Bowser or to fight him and hinder him, harm him? But when I say harm, I don't even mean like physical pain harm. I just mean, like if there's a presidential candidate you don't want to win, you want to report the truth that will harm their campaign. That type of harm. Now what do I need, a stack of 4 Goombas to make this happen? Yeah, I want the extra moon. This, this is the joy of discovery. But yeah, I can't believe I'm getting excited about this Goomba minigame. It's just an open world game, it's supposed to be, but here I am on this linear Banjo-Kazooie walkway with these puzzles that are clearly spelled out and have nothing to do with the environment. It's just a platform with a 4 button on it, dude. Let me guess, a moon. Thanks, Miyamoto. Shout out to Miyamoto. He tried to be cool and mingle with the staff by going into the break room, smoking cigarettes, and trying to strike up casual conversation with the 20-somethings. And it just kind of felt awkward and unmemorable. But yeah, I would go to the Discovery Zone. I would get behind the structure. I would go where you're not supposed to go. There were a few different ways you could sneak behind and underneath the entire structure. You didn't want to get spotted doing that. I mean, how many of you saw the Discovery Zone commercials? DZ at Discovery Zone, where I can do all this crap on my own. I can run, I can jump, I can swing and play. It specifically had the word run in the lyrics, which caused a conflict with an employee who told me to stop running. And I was like, but the run is in the song in the commercial. She goes, oh yeah, but there's a lot of people here today. It's a little too crowded. No running. Alright. I go trudging away. Where's the next artificial puzzle for me to solve? Is this a sumo wrestling arena for ice creatures? Get through the floor, you say, Kathy? I gotta wall jump up this? JJ says, Alex, oh, whoops, you cheeky little bugger. It's okay to say bugger in the UK, right? Don't talk back to your elders and stop running. If by elder you mean the 18-year-old girl that was an employee there. I guess she's technically an elder. JJ says that sounds like something he would have said. No, but you see, I was promised life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and running here at the Discovery Zone. Does it want me to... Is that where I... Oh. It's the artificial crap. I gotta trigger all of these and wonder what I need to do here. Walk underneath, rinse and repeat, win the game. Oh, shout out to Majora's Mask. They copied the Goron Temple, is it? At Snowhead. It had this same mechanic. Wahoo! Oh, I wanted to grab the moon from that jump up there. Ghost got yelled at for running all the time in places like that. And Ghost mom would get so mad. Yeah, man, I don't think I ever got in trouble. I'm trying to think if I ever got in trouble. JJ's first ever detention at school. You were stopped by Miss Finster. Why are you running? And you replied, because I'm in a hurry. Did she think you were being fresh? Eblo says the publisher for Majora's Mask should sue the publisher of this game for stealing. Now, of course, the bit is that both are Nintendo, but maybe there's a good tax write-off. If they sue themselves internally, they could turn that into a really sweet tax write-off. So think about it, Nintendo, because you're not aggressive enough with your lawsuits. Good night, everybody! Did Koji Kondo do a timeshare in Ireland to study this music? Or did he just click on a YouTube video? Too small to race with us, Mustache Man. What do I have to become? Do I have to go native? I'm trying to go native. Do I have to become a bird? The bird is smaller. That doesn't fit the puzzle. Immersive dialogue to help me figure out what to do. A la Penny's Big Broke. Can I just jump down into the chute, man? What would happen? Would I get kicked out? Always become a burb, says Ghost of Burb. Well, that was a whole thing. Snowline Circuit. Can't start without one more racer, you don't say. Yeah, Kyo is getting the Goron-coded vibes from this play. Yeah, I didn't even connect it to these robust Goron-esque creatures. Now it feels intentional. I see what you did, successor to Miyamoto, since Miyamoto's in retirement mode. Sort of. He still works. This is why I don't understand why Reggie retired. We're not going to open up the Reggie topic in depth, but I got to say this because I don't think I'm going to say it in the Discuss on Wednesday. But to see someone like Reggie retire, it's like, is it time for you to retire? Didn't you rise to prominence way after Miyamoto? And you're going to retire, but Miyamoto's still going? Only Just Light is in the house, saying it's not surprising that they'd play on the same tropes, to be fair. I don't think anyone was being unfair, but hello, Only Just Light. Hello and welcome. Say yes to light, and say yes to alternate dimension Gorons. Oh yeah, and then the Goron races, as Kyo points out. Dude, the parallels keep packing up. And what's it called? What is that reminding me of? Is it Malon and Talon at Lon Lon Ranch? Are they modeled after Mario and Zelda or Luigi or something? Not Zelda, but Mario and Peach maybe? If not Mario and Luigi. Can I control this man? Talon and Ingo, Evlo confirms, as does Serious Sam. Guys, look, as the Treehouse pointed out, their text is shivering. Kyo says, this is the one you get to possess. That's I'm thinking. That's I'm thinking. Shout out to the Sopranos. That's I'm thinking. Alright. Press X to pay respects, and press B to bound. You mean jump? What? Bound. Bound? Are you sure you're just using an unnecessary vocabulary word to describe a basic concept? And by the way, which Liam Triforce video had the word lauded? I thought it was the Pac-Man 2 video, but when I pulled it up, I couldn't find that. Kyo says, okay, now we really are Goron. This is just a Goron repackaging. Nintendo Switch in stores now. Buy your console. It has revolutionary new gameplay that you already did on N64. Evlo wonders if Mario could use Campy to possess the moon from Majora's Mask, since it doesn't wear a hat. Yes, and then you can use the consume everything mechanics. This is wacky, wild, inflatable physics with this. Our MacGuffin was stolen, like the dress at the water world that was not connected to anything. Bound. Come on, Miyamoto. That's not a showpiece, it's a collectible. This is a jump, not a bound. Oh yeah, I vaguely remember. This gameplay is cool. I admit it. But it should be used more than just a one-off. So can you get a good bounce? Yeah, so you can get a nice bounce off a wall. This is very courteous that they let you warm up. I'm not ready, Cappity Cap. I don't consent to the race yet. Yeah, so you can keep bouncing. And I guess they're cluing you to say, Follow this line and you'll have a good time. Let's do it. Eblo says, JJ says, when did I start hating Mario? I like Mario. What are you talking about? I just hold Mario accountable like I would any game. And debunking non-substantive, self-congratulatory, oh, get ready for an open world experience. I don't know about open world. Half the way this game is structured is just like Spyro 2 and 3. And I think I also, any criticism I give of Mario, I think, honestly, it's totally fair to bring up. I think it's related to Mario Wonder, but not just Wonder, but what Wonder represents. What Wonder represents is, when I think about Wonder and how everyone was like, wow, look at all this wacky inflatable fun, but it's like, you're only amazed and enchanted by this because Mario has been so safe and sterile for so long. Nintendo, unlike Sega, is afraid to be different. They want to keep things generic. They want, I don't know, man. You know the problem with, what's it called? What am I thinking? I mean, the Mario, right? That Nintendo is very particular, and, you want creativity and imagination, go play Sega games, you know what I mean? Eblo says, personally, this game is when you started hating Mario. And don't get me wrong, although I do like this game, I also, after... Supersonic, you guys see that? So this was all just a goof on Supersonic, not Gorons. And I get a Trips Moon. Sam reports that this game is your favorite Switch game, even Sonic. So it beats out Sonic Frontiers? That's sensible. Eblo says Mario hasn't had any open zone games. And, that they should be afraid to take risks. Take me to the open zone. And Eblo says, actually, this game's whole concept is lifted from Majora's Mask. Play as the other races in the game using headwear. Yeah. Headwear, mask or hat, what's the difference? But also, look at that Instagram pose, calling forward to the impending dread of Mario Wonders, just triple down on Instagram poses and, a highlight reel of Facebook pictures that's just a perfectly curated life, not representative of reality. Well, is that the Amiibo Roomba? Where I pay Nintendo more money for the right to clean my own room? Ooh, JJ maybe doesn't... JJ's saying, oh, that's what you do in Majora's Mask? How cool. Yeah, so why Majora's Mask is a cut above this game is that in Majora's Mask, there's, at least 3 transformations throughout the game. But, you transform into a Goron, and then there's an entire Goron temple. It's not just one quick minigame like kind of this game has. And yes, Eblo is breaking down the specifics of the, if you want to call it lore, or the transformation mechanics. But yes, as Eblo says, you're turning the souls of the dead into masks that transform the wearer into the form of the deceased. Yeah, and so when you walk up to somebody, they think you are that person. They think that you are that one Zora whose soul you taxidermiatized into just a facade. Oh, look, it's King K's straw man argument as a preview for later today. Is this going to be a secret of micro game? Do I gradually lose gusto when I'm in the freezing water? Only Just Light says, some of these criticisms are definitely unforced errors. What, like, the way that each micro game is just one isolated minigame? And then it's, alright, restart on the next bit. And Mario Wonder is basically like that, too. And, you know, Vector Sater has offered the competing perspective that, you know, a lot of Mario games have a lot of these one-off things. But I honestly think that everything I was criticizing Nintendo for being afraid to take risks, is it fair to say that they used to take those risks? I think that Super Mario Sunshine is an example of that. And the absurd, awesome darkness of Majora's Mask. What have I done? Oh, was I too cold? But yeah, JJ wants a level in Ashura where you can control badness. Okay, so I can only go in this water for limited amounts of time. Wow, it's got the Hades overlay when you start suffering even more. See that? Shout out to Hades. It goes on sale, but it's worth it even at the $25 price. Oh god. I died. Wow, does he do the Donkey Kong thing where the instant you take fatal damage, it's a freeze frame where he looks at the camera in a meta way and goes, whoop, I'm boned now. Sam wonders who would win in a fight, Sega or Nintendo? Well, obviously Sega. To say nothing of, like, you know, financial reports, right? Sega arrived as the ultimate antidote to Nintendo's, you know, safe family, right? Sega is the cool kid on the street, walking around the streets of rage, breaking signs and throwing trash on the ground instead of the garbage can. That is the Sega way, right? Mohawks, all of that. Mohawks. Sonic had a mohawk in certain areas. Only Just Light says, Nintendo does have consistency that Sega has never had. Yeah, certainly, yeah, that's why I was saying it not in terms of business financials. But Sonic 1 through Sonic Adventure were all good games. No, I don't have a point to make about that. But, Only Just Light, ought to watch it because this is your first day here and you're already telling us what we should and shouldn't talk about? No, you're confused, and to teach you a lesson, I'm going to talk about the console wars for the next 10 minutes. I'm just kidding, but take the message. Are you on an alt account? Are you a bad agent known to us already? Kyo says it reminds you of Minecraft when you sink into powder snow. Alright, now I'll have to play 30 hours of Minecraft so I can get my Minecraft education. Moon time, baby. Don't freeze. Am I supposed to keep going to the right? Right, Nintendo would never have a commercial that ends with a crazy voice yelling, Nintendo! Right, but Sega? Can I escape from this water or not? Do I have to get to the bottom of it? And why aren't I dying? Aren't I frozen? Why did it take so long to die? Eblo says the full English voice acting in Sunshine certainly was a choice. Oh yeah, what did the cutscenes have dialogue? Was it, what's it called? I know that, like, the Toad character has that. I can picture the Toad talking at the beginning. But actually, does Peach have dialogue too? Spoken dialogue? I mean, Zelda has it now. Link, I'm cold. Could you get me a sweater? I can't... Never mind. JJ says, Nintendo just get their fans to shout it. Ghost of Burb doesn't like the, well, then you must have hated Breath of That Wild. Link. Only Just Like confirms that basically any character that appears in a cutscene has voice acting for those cutscenes. Does Mario have any words? Wow, okay, so Ghost of Burb played in Japanese. Problem solved. No weird dialogue that sounds like the video game Storytime voice having just had 5 coffees. Flo says yes. Mario says, Mamma mia. Now, I should probably enter this dangerous water when it's at its lowest, right? Do these rings replenish Mario's vitality? Is that like you have to pay the hit points to get through? I don't think I've ever played any game in Japanese except Yakuza. And that just goes to show you that I'm not... You know, I know we've talked in the past, and talked about it with JJ and folks, about playing games in OG Japanese voices, or also watching, you know, movies and animes. When I watch a movie or anime, I typically watch with the English, and I won't go into my reasons for that again, unless I'm provoked. Ooh, one of these ones. But it all depends. The idea of playing... Here's the thing. Yakuza is like a specifically Japanese game. It's about the mob in Japan. So that's a more diegetic reason to want the OG Japanese, which is what I did for all of Yakuza Kiwami. I was like, right... I have no idea what Goro Majima sounds like in English, but I almost don't want to know. I don't know how you could do that. I guess you can... The iconic laugh is... what's it called? Not language specific or anything. Alright, well, the Seaside Kingdom is here for us next time. So I'll just save here. Although I wanted to... Well, no, we gotta get started with Sonic after the plotline. So... I figure for Sonic after the sequel, I'll do some, just simple no death wagers. You know, clear the act, no deaths. So 1 death is all it takes for a loss. And yeah, JJ says Nintendo just gets their fans to shout it. I know that's going back to the Sega thing, but did that happen? Was there a contest where you sent a video of yourself saying Nintendo and they might put it in an ad? See any other micro moons? Well, there's one over there. I don't want to start a whole new thing. So, let me send you to the waiting zone for some premium waiting, and it'll just take a minute or two until I'm back. Be back soon, y'all. Oops. I don't know why the music didn't go on its own. I have a theory though, but it's uninteresting. But the music is back. Vinyl records are surprisingly brittle, says Keo. Don't ask Keo how Keo knows. Is that because in the movie Shaun of the Dead they throw them at the zombies to decapitate? Oh, or was it because what's it called? Did the guy punch the vinyl in the image? In the Doc Future video? Alright. Opening up the game here. And Sonic after my sequel. Pop back over here. Keo confirms. And I know that wasn't it. But, Who's ready for some classical stuff? This is an important, is the audio a little louder? Audio side. But yeah, Keo's liking this banger. Yeah, this is a good sound. I love this. It's got the nuclear cheetah bass. Dennett. Look how small it is. Be playing tonight's performance on a Sega Master System. I got the limited run physical printing on Master System. It's pretty badass. Sorry that the SRB2 cart server crashed after I left. Because it's weird. So I went back to the computer later, saw that it was off. And I'm like, huh? Well, maybe it crashed and then idled long enough that it turned off. Okay, but then the next morning, I turn on my computer and I'm suddenly greeted with that Mario Kart Wii level. I'm like, what? And in a way, it's not surprising because every time it crashes... Sorry, I'm going to focus on this. Because I need to activate my button. Hey, what's up, Third Bruno? How's it going? The question on every Bruno's mind is, if you saw the movie Bruno, how many stars out of 5 would you get it? Because I haven't seen Bruno. Only Ali G and Borat. Third Bruno's doing great, and so am I. I'm excited for this week. I'm excited for today's symposium. And I'm sorry I'm taking so long. I just got to click this button to turn on before the sequel's button mappings. Third Bruno hasn't seen it. Yeah, I haven't seen... I saw plenty of the Bruno character on the Ali G show, because the Ali G show had all 3 of those characters. All right, let's have an incredible resolution to start the new year. Ghost of Burb, much like me, is sipping that there coffee. Sip 'em if you got 'em. Hope the audio levels are amazing. Let's see if they're loud enough. Oh, all right, that I think happens sometimes. Oh, I probably forgot to turn off the cutscenes. Yeah, JJ says, now there's some iconic UK comedy. Absolutely. I won't go on a whole tangent about this, but... Right, so... As a starting point, I agree with JJ. I think that Ali G and Borat and all that is absolutely iconic, maybe even groundbreaking. There's one catch, though, but I probably shouldn't go into it right at the beginning of gameplay. I've heard Sacha Baron Cohen talk in interviews, and I'm like, well, I think you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. But yeah, I probably shouldn't go into that now. We'll save that for the King K after party. Load game. Load me up. I got no emeralds. Check it out. It's got the flying cars, just like a Knuckles Chaotix Chaotix. If any moderator has a free hand... Oh yeah, and you can update the stream category. I don't think I can do that on my Mac still. But let's see. Sonic after... Yeah, it doesn't save. It's such a piece of crap. But what I can do is start a wager. Okay, so it's just going to be... beat the level, no deaths. So 1 death, and that's it. I wonder if this is a Falco Young composition. 2 minutes have begun. Bet your life savings, because here we are at Neon City Zone. Eblo says those films were directed by an American, but star an Englishman. Are they American films or English ones? I'm inclined to say English. I mean, it's all Sasha's vision and his own characters, his improv. I think the American director just needed to make sure the lighting was good. Alright, thank you, Vector, confirming that this is a Falk composition. Shout out to Falk, unsung hero of Sonic Team's music. I support Falk. Bring back Falk for a good Sonic Superstars game. Eblo says, wouldn't they be the director's vision? Well, a director... I'll say that growing up, I think I incorrectly assumed that the director is like the main honcho. A director is really just the execution person. They're running the show, making sure the trains are running on time. It's more than that, but it's not so much like that the director doesn't create the content, they just execute it. And they are making some decisions. They're making some decisions, but on the basis that it's consistent with the intended purpose of the movie. Bam Kwazam says they're just a boss. Like, I would think that the director's biggest thing is giving the actors feedback, you know, right before a shot, say, alright, I want you to do another take of that, and this time emphasize this word and look at the clouds wistfully, you know, like, making sure that the lines are read properly, that's going to convey the intended effect, pause for the right amount of time. Vector has the Bravia question of the hour. If anyone's played this game, which level would you say best represents the game? Like, if they were going to put a level from this game in Sonic Generations, which would it be? Only Just Light says that I'm understating the artistic influence of the director. It's funny to leave writers out of this conversation entirely. So I didn't mention writers because it's the Borat movie, but for most movies, absolutely. It's all about the screenwriter. Jeff Fowler can only do so much with the script for Sonic Movie 2. Whoa, is that supposed to happen? Can I get an award? Right. So absolutely the screenplay and the writer who makes it, that's truly the engine of what the movie is. And Ghost of Burb just received some shorts for one of your cosplays. Very exciting. Get ready for the catwalk. Dream Players in the house. Keo wonders if this level takes some design cues from Tokyo Tower. What's that, the tower from Sonic Movie 3? Eblo says, all Eblo knows is that The Nightmare Before Christmas was totally Tim Burton's vision, so does he have a writing credit on that movie? I know that they do put the director in the title sometimes, like, remember that movie, The Butler, which was like a race-swapped version of Forrest Gump? That is technically called Lee Daniels is The Butler. Not just The Butler, but Lee Daniels is The Butler. Okay, and Bam Kwazam says, yeah, so another thing a director does, take orders from the even higher-ups, like the executive producers, and yeah, you gotta make both parties happy. You gotta somehow be the go-between that says, alright, corporate wants this, so I have to persuade Sydney Sweeney to get into this barrel and then fall off the waterfall. Alright, I don't think I died, y'all. That's because I'm good at games. And no one bet squat, except Eblo voting 10. This music sounds amazing already. And let me start the next wager. Act 2, no deaths. Oh, hell yeah. This music sounds so good, I'm worried it's gonna get copyright strucken. Eblo's rich. Yeah, and I admit, I watched that show on HBO that came out in the past year. It's a sitcom called The Franchise, and the main character is Is that Spark the Electric Jesters? It's gotta be, right? Because that's the same dev. So did they make Spark 1? Wow, this is in the game. That's Spark's hat. Whoa, he's got a Michael Jackson attack. Vector Sater didn't tell me about this. Vector says this is funk fiction. Get it? Tarantino. And I am going to mention Tarantino in passing in today's symposium. Vector says it's not Spark, it's Kirby. Come on. Spark has a jester hat, just like this guy. And doesn't it have 2 colors on it? Look at these Collision Chaos adapted signs. Vector says that's Beam Kirby. I'm looking up Spark's hat. This is driving me nuts. Spark the Jester Electric. Dude, his hat is 2 colors. You're right that it's not the same colors. So is it safe to say that Spark's design was heavily inspired by whatever Kirby that is? JJ says it's clearly Nights into Dreams. JJ says it's clearly King K. The king of all kings, King K. The king of King K. Vector says Spark does have that hat, but it's definitely meant to be Beam Kirby. Alright, so I'm ready to deduce that Spark's identity owes the most to Curbs. Spark is very Kirby adjacent, confirms Vector. And then Eblo spotted a digital circus. Did it do a sound effect? See, now this just feels like I'm playing Spark, and I didn't fall in love with Spark. I played a little bit of Spark 1. Eblo says maybe Beam Kirby just happened from Kirby absorbing Spark. And I thought about which gameplay to use during the Reggie discussion. And I figured out the perfect Kirby in the Forgotten Land. Oh man, welcome to Alex Yard Next. The gloves are coming off. Only Just Like confirms Beam Kirby's is orange and red with stars on the orange. That looks a lot like this. JJ says a game that came out when Reggie wasn't at Nintendo. Yeah, and basically it means that, once Reggie left, nothing that he did was still around. It was so it's actually not forgotten because people will remember it, but oh, okay. Vector says the bottom path is for Tails. Now, what I just did, I wonder if that's also a Collision Chaos reference, that opening cutscene, Collision Chaos anyway, when Metal Sonic breaks through the thing. Yeah, so I guess I'm not set on Kirby's Forgotten Land, so feel free to pitch one right now. What would be, I feel like modded gameplay is actually better, because the other thing I was thinking for that was maybe Mario and Sonic Generations. Dude, the mods, they are so priceless to me. They speak for themselves. Should we just play Spark now? Because I'm just struggling with the controls. Vector has high praise for Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Great game, especially playing for 100%. Yeah, you have to get all 8 transformations in the game, because there's only 8. I'm just kidding, but I heard there's not that many. Hey, I lost my ability. Is it infinite refill over here? Sonic looks so cute in this game. I think he looks about as cute in Sonic and the Fallen Star. JJ wonders if I intend to try out Lake Peppered's 3rd Sonic fan game. I guess I wasn't aware of it. What is the 3rd? Ghost of Burb likes this sprite. Very cute. Only Just Light says, would having few transformations be a bad thing? Yeah, now I haven't played the game, but I heard in reviews that people said that the quantity of transformations was underwhelming, but yeah, I can't say anything that makes the game like bad. Okay, interesting. JJ says it's Sonic Chrono Adventure, an attempt at a Metroidvania, and that name sounds so familiar. Did I feel like I would have remembered if I streamed that. But that name sounds so familiar. Yeah, I heard it's pretty much a traffic cone and a refrigerator, and then the credits roll. I know there's more than that. Whoa, I can do the Michael Jackson moonwalk while going on these launch base style ramps. If a Christian Whitehead falls in the woods, does anyone hear it? I gotta finally play Christian Whitehead's OG fan games. The one that helped him rise to prominence in the Sonic community. Vector looked it up and found that there's 12. Keep in mind that they are upgradable. Yeah, you can become an even bigger traffic cone. Last time Kirby had upgradable powers was in Kirby's Squeak Squad. So look, if that number 12 stacks up with previous Kirby games, well then I guess I can't say much about it, but... What the heck? Did I bounce on something to get across that? Wow, was Sonic just putting up his dukes? Yeah, okay, so his idle pose, he puts up his dukes just like Captain Marvel to punch the enemies. I love that phaser effect. Wow, wow, wow. Daft Punk in the house. Yeah, I bet Kirby's Forgotten Land is cool. I love the idea of Apocalyptico. I just don't think Forgotten Land is a name that will drive sales. Like, oh, Forgotten has a negative connotation. Like, oh yeah, here's the Forgotten content. Obviously it's not that, but you just see the name and you're like, oh, it's... I don't know. Eblo has an alternate pitch. Kirby and the Remembered Land. Kirby and the Legacy. Oh, am I supersonic? Or was I always kind of glowing like that? Hey, what's up, Demropies? Demropies wonders if Kirby's Forgotten Land is better or worse than Kirby's Epic Yarn. So I haven't played Forgotten Land, but I loved Epic Yarn, and I love Yoshi's Woolly World. Only Just Light says Forgotten is more mysterious than negative. Why is it forgotten? Yeah, I haven't played the game, so I don't know exactly what the forgetful situation is. Who forgot what? How did Kirby's universe fall to crap like Walking Dead type of situation. Which title is worse? Forgotten Land. I think Epic Yarn, it hasn't aged well. It's kind of a hello fellow kids thing to say, but I kind of like that Nintendo used the word epic. And believe me, if the word epic was at all still alive, Nintendo certainly killed it with Kirby's Epic Yarn, but it was on the way out anyway, so. Oh, I see. So Only Just Light is saying... Right, so the title, Kirby and the Forgotten Land... what's it called? Is to, in part, make the potential gamer say, oh, well, why is it forgotten? I know what you mean. Forgotten just kind of seems unimportant. I have no reason to care about forgotten stuff if I don't know anything about it. But yeah, so Keo mentioned not different than Sonic Lost World. Well, Lost, it's not quite the same because Lost is like, oh, whoa, we're like on some kind of frontier. We're lost on the far reaches of this dimension. And we gotta get back. Forgotten is just like no one remembers. But yeah, in that face-to-face matchup of titles that Demropes posed, Vector Sada's verdict is in. Kirby and the Forgotten Land does sound a lot less interesting as a title. I mean, Epic Yarn? Anyone who's read Homer's The Odyssey Iliad knows how epic epics can be. I see Epic Yarn, I'm like, that's gotta be some great yarn. Eblo's pitch, Kirby and the No Longer Occupied Land. Yes, Kirby and the Barren Oil Field. Kirby and the Squatter's Paradise. Yeah, because I think one of the levels in that Kirby game is like an abandoned post-apocalyptic mall. Like literally a mall with an escalator and everything. Shopping mall. What's cool about Serious Sam 64 is that he will be back. Whoa, Sonic CD twirling mechanics. Now we're talking. It was all a warm-up to this. But yeah, Yoshi's Crafted World is bad. I love Woolly World. So Woolly World rescued the Wii U. Now, what's it called? EB Boy brought up a thing about when we were talking about pack-in titles, and I was saying that Nintendo Land was a pack-in title. And then EB said, oh, I didn't necessarily think of it as a pack-in because I think EB's pack-in criteria was that it's always with the game. Like, not all Wii U's came with Nintendo Land. That might have only been at the beginning of the Wii U. Hey, it's the image from the schedule, as promised. So I'm trying to think, what game was a pack-in game for, like, an entire console generation? Because even Sonic 1 was not always the pack-in. It eventually became Sonic 2, which is cool. Eblo says Astro's Playroom. Now, did that come with, what, PS4 or PS5? And also, is that... Am I correct in saying that Astro's Playroom is A, digital only, and B, it's not like an amount of content that would normally be charged $60. It's just a tech demo so that you can have something to do on Christmas Day. But yeah, Eblo says all PS5s come with Astro's Playroom. Eblo confirms everything that I suspected. It is packed digitally into the SSD, solid state drive. Yeah, so that... Gem Rupees wonders if the Rob game was packaged with the NES. The Rob game? Like, with the... Whoa, look at this important event. The Rob game had, like, the physical Rob robot, didn't it? So I would assume that all NESs didn't come with, you know, that physical robot, the proto-amiibo. Right. Yeah, JJ says... So JJ had mentioned Face Raiders. Yeah. Demrupi says maybe the Rob the Robot thing was like a specific optional bundle. This is a pretty bare-bones boss. Where's the content? Is this the true Phase 2? Never mind. Yeah, so when EB surfaces, I want to know which game... Because Yeah, Pack-In, I just think it's a fully standalone game that could otherwise be bought for full price, but it comes with the console. Yeah, JJ says you don't even think Wii Sports came in with every Wii. That's definitely the case because, as I have chronicled, when I got the Wii, it was like 5 years into that generation. And when it was time to buy a Wii, the two bundles that I had to choose from were either Mario Kart or New Super Mario Bros. Wii. And I chose the New Super Mario Bros. And I know I've said this before, so I'm sorry if you've heard the lore, but I didn't want Mario Kart at all, and I did want NSMB. The major problem, though, and feel free to ridicule me, I deserve it, the Wii that I got didn't have the GameCube controller ports, so it was this awful dilemma. Do I get the Mario Kart one with a game I don't want, but I do get the GameCube controller ports? But I went economical. Yeah, JJ says later Wii's came with Mario Kart or Mario and Sonic. There was a Mario and Sonic at the Olympics like phase where that was a pack-in game. That's almost unbelievable that they would put Sonic, a game involving Sonic as a pack-in. Sonic has made it. Sonic is great, and even Keanu Reeves recognizes this. Alright, Vector says that question he posited before was that this level itself would be the one that like would be reimagined in Sonic Generations because it's emblematic of the whole game's experience. It's the most iconic, it's the most this. JJ says even the Wii was blue. The Wii? Blue? Mine was white. My Wii's fleece was white as snow. JJ says, this is just Planet Wisp again. This level? Yeah, consider that. What was that NES death sound? Blah, blah. Yeah, JJ said this is just Planet Wisp. Vector says, yes, but with trains. Can I interest you in Planet Wisp? It has not trains, but those minecart things. I can't remember if those minecarts are only in the Generations Planet Wisp. This music sounds familiar. Maybe I've heard it in, like YouTubers' videos. But yeah, Keo is mulling over the potential for a Sonic fan game Generations. So what does that be? Someone makes a fan game, and it's got 9 levels, and each level is from, like this, or Sonic and the Fallen Star, Triple Trouble 16, maybe, or maybe it's only, new original games. Sonic on the Moon Facility. Gotta go to the cutting room floor for that. Wow. Ask and you shall receive. JJ says there's a 2D Sonic fan game demo called Sonic Legends, which brings back famous fan game levels. Well, if it goes deep to the deep cuts, I wonder if it has any of Christian Whitehead's games or levels. Vector also nominates Parelian Peak as an appropriate level for this game. No drop dash. Sign of the time. Turns on the heat. Declares it unnecessarily. Oh, we got the Metallic Madness and or what's it called? Scrap Brain the Hedgehog. Whoa, that was like a sequel to those Death Egg Maneuverers. Does this game even have checkpoints? Because when I died, it sent me all the way back. This is all stuff that I'd done. Does this hurt you, or do you stand on it like Death Egg? You stand on it like Death Egg. Almost falls. Super Mario 64 was not a pack-in game. You had to buy it. But it was a launch title. And that was when... Oh yeah, and I was thinking, as I was in between games, I was thinking about, like, me going hard on Nintendo. Because JJ noticed me giving Mario Odyssey a hard time about this and that. And I think I just have a big resentment for Nintendo, the company, because despite all their great games, they don't credit their creators in the movies or the Metroid Prime Remastered. They have horrible working conditions in America, to say nothing of Reggie. All the union busting and overworked conditions, dangling the prospect to contractors of a permanent job for years on end, not delivering it, finally making a job offer with an underwhelming pay raise. I don't know, man. Nintendo, just look what they did to Charles. They did Charles dirty. It was fine to let him go, but the way they went about it, dropping the Kevin Afghani trailer without telling everyone, that I feel like you know everything you need to know about. There should be no more doubt or goodwill extended unnecessarily to Nintendo. It's not that they're totally bad or immoral or unethical or shady or whatever, but when I look at what they did, right? How long had Mario been voiced by Charles? Dropping the trailer without telling us, watching from the shadows to see who noticed. Good night, everybody. Vector says it's not just that we don't have a lot of finished fan games to choose from either, but perhaps that's the way fan minds work. That's based on Sonic Seed. I feel so blessed by the first single-cell organism that got created due to a bolt of lightning that one day. Look at this Hot Crater essence. Love it. Love it. Shout out to Hot Crater. We got to race Hot Crater this weekend. Thank you for the blessing, Third Bruno. I feel so in touch with that first organism that crawled out of the water. It's very inspiring. Without that creature, I wouldn't be here today. I'd be stuck in the pond still. JJ says, it's amazing no one has thought, yes, alliteration is tired. Why don't I try a new naming convention? If JJ makes a third game, the zone names will rhyme. I don't know. I guess I shouldn't judge it till I see it, but rhymes are so limiting and forced. You know, it's like when you look at a really forced rhyme in a song, at least for me, I can think of even White Stripes songs. There's not many examples of this, but White Stripes, I can think of at least one White Stripes song that has a rhyme that's so incredibly forced that it just takes me out of the song. It becomes an artificial construct. Dem rupees thanking gosh, good old gosh, bagosh, for the pre-eukaryotic cells and their bizarre fascination with evolving. Yeah, they did. It wasn't even their idea. That it was just nature conditions that annihilated everyone that was unfit and rewarded the people with good stats. Only Just Light says, why do I say that they did him dirty when he retired? His departure was announced and he seems fine with this. Whoa, do I have news for you? I promise I won't go everybody into a big Charles paragraph, but as a quick fact check, they did not announce his retirement when they dropped the trailer for Mario Wonder. They released that Kevin Afghani trailer without telling anyone. So many people thought it was suspicious. Other people were defending it, saying, that's definitely Charles. You guys need to chill. We haven't heard his voice in a while, so it sounds different. And Nintendo would never drop a new trailer without telling us that Charles was replaced. Well, they did. Secondly, what's it called? He is also very much not fine with the situation at all. He's going to stay on as a Mario ambassador, but the strongest hypothesis is that Charles Martinet, if you ask him, he says he should have been the voice of Mario in the movie, and the fact that he wasn't is, like, you know, an outrage. I'm not going to open that file right now, but Charles Martinet was totally silent across the board about the Mario movie. He never said a single thing about the movie. He never liked or retweeted anything about it. He didn't go to the premiere. I rest my case. Sounds like Only Just Light has an only light perception of how Nintendo handled Charles. Yeah. Ghostaburb's going to grab that tea, or Ghostaburb might die. Get that life-saving tea in a pinch. Listen to this song. I love it. Now, Third Bruno is saying, all right, chill hill. And Third Bruno's taking too long to come up with another one. Only Just Light says that's way too speculative and conspiratorial. You're pretty sure he'd spoken about difficulties doing the voice? Well, you're pretty sure. You don't sound certain. I defy you to tell me one thing that I just said that was speculative, because, right, there's no denying that they... And I promise everyone I'm not going to linger on this for too long. And I also am totally open, and I enjoy having Only Just Light kind of put my opinions and perspectives under scrutiny, but come on with this. There's no speculation about a gag order on all movie things. He's in the movie doing two voices, doesn't go to the premiere. Yeah, so your homework assignment, Only Just Light, is to watch that great episode of the Game Freeze? The great episode of the Netlore podcast. So, let me... maybe this will be the coup de grace with Only Just Light. That episode of the Netlore podcast pieces together all of the evidence that I've kind of just touched upon, and it was way before they announced the official announcement. Right? They figured out what was going on with Charles's discontent, right, way before Nintendo acknowledged it. Only Just Light thinks that Okay. Only Just Light says Martinet probably just thinks he should have voiced Mario, which I still maintain that perception. And Only Just Light, unfortunately, thinks that the fact that he has a minor cameo means that he's okay with it. Yeah, so out of respect to my audience, I'm not going to spend time putting what you just said under a critical thinking microscope, but for you to say which respects his legacy, I don't know. JJ says to speculate, you have to accumulate. Yeah, so you're getting a rush out of using the word speculation. I would just pivot that to say it's a plausible hypothesis. Way more plausible than anything you've said in the past 10 minutes. He holds resentment of it because it's a total, right? Not a single tweet, right? Dude has not acknowledged the movie. Right? Because he has a Twitter account where he says all sorts of things. He retweets things. Do you find it odd, Only Just Light, that Charles Martinet, who is in the movie doing two voices, never issued a peep on it, ever. He has never acknowledged the movie. On Twitter, on likes. He didn't go to the premiere, Only Just Light. So maybe you also think that the coronavirus didn't originate through deliberate human experiments in a Chinese lab, but I hate to break the news to you. That's not speculative, that's overwhelming evidence. Where's the game? What time is it? 5:38? I lost my lives. We'll play some more of the game. Only Just Light is working through whether my streams are a good fit. Yeah, I apologize to the rest of my audience, but did I forget to turn off the cutscenes, or did I? Vector Sader's watching an advertisement. Yeah, Only Just Light, your critical thinking report card, you've had a very bad debut. But I don't think my audience wants to hear me elucidate that somewhat. But I do like I shouldn't speculate about you, Only Just Light, but I will continue, right, intelligently discussing plausible hypotheses. Continue. So I'll probably stream this game for another, 15 minutes. It's just a non sequitur. So it's my stream. Although it being my stream doesn't excuse non sequiturs, I would not say it's a non sequitur, but to explain that, I'm bringing it up Only Just Light because it kind of feels like you're piling the shame on me and trying to chase me away from the topic. And having seen that happen with a much higher stakes topic like COVID, when it turned out that all of those hypotheses were true about it starting in a Chinese lab, we're living in an era, Only Just Light, where there's, right, I'm not going to go into that topic, but my point is, you seem very nervous that I would even talk about this, and you're trying to chase me away from it, which tells me that I'm onto something, that I'm touching upon some truths that you find uncomfortable. And that's gonna do it. Welcome back to Hot Crater. So now I can speculate on whose alt account that is. Yeah, I think that was a fun discussion to have. But, right, so now I'm talking to all my other viewers. As a postmortem of what just happened, I think it was an interesting and worthwhile discussion. However, I went with the back and forth for far too long. Because, right, when I have someone like Only Just Light, you know, showing up for the first time today and then picking a whole lot of bones and objections and, hey, don't talk about this, right? As a starting point, I have to consider the plausible possibility that it's someone under an alt account, and it might not be. But the point is, it screams that. So in case it is that, I cannot continue to indulge all of those objections. JJ says, you gotta do better. Captain, not America. Is that something Anthony Mackie said recently? And why can't I find the way to go? Dem Rupees likes the name drop of the begging mechanics. Hey, you said good day, but you're still here, so I'm not gonna read your chat. You're not true to your word. You said good day and made a whole big scene, and now you're here. Now I definitely think you're an alt account. Good day, sir. Vector has thoughts. Alright, clearly I'm supposed to jump, and then what? Only Just Light is now even further establishing a resume of saying that you'll do something, but then not actually doing it. And look, I'm still enjoying the sport of this, but I probably shouldn't give it any more oxygen. Ask questions, check Charles Martinet's Twitter feed. Don't let the join hands... What's it called? Everybody join hands lobby chase you away from asking the important questions. When you're fed a narrative by a corporation, ask yourself, do I have reason to trust this corporation? Only Just Light is still here. King Moly. Chat's crazy this evening, and it's going to get even more wild at today's Discuss segment that Only Just Light maybe won't be here for. But when Only Just Light declared a big, good day, I'm leaving, and then proceeded to say this and that and the other thing, I wonder if Only Just Light could get past this part of this game. I must need to go up. Maybe the arrows are pointing up for a reason. I mean, what's it called? King Moly only just joined. It's been an afternoon in the zone. Yeah, it's not worth recounting. I just want to stand up for Charles. Nintendo was right to fire him, but the way they went about it was terrible. Dude, JJ remembers when the cut content from the Sopranos video about that. It's a good thing I changed that, huh? The original cut of the Sopranos video, I just dropped a bombshell in the first 2 minutes. And I basically said that. Nintendo was right to fire Charles, but the way they went about it was terrible. And I got very valid feedback saying, maybe this is not the fight you picked in the opening minutes of the video. So it got reworked and repackaged to the end of the video. Da, 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 da. Where have I heard this song? Carl Jobs videos? Oh, am I supposed to hit the boulders into breaking something? This is like the ultimate Metroid navigation puzzle, huh? I know where I'm supposed to go. It's gotta have to do with this thing. Ah, I didn't know this would launch you up. Yeah, JJ remembers the cut thumbnail. What was it? The one that said The Sopranos? And yeah, I would just quickly say to anyone here, who, especially those who've just joined us, I would say, do what thou wilt, but maybe stop and think of whether you should provide only just light any further oxygen. Metaphorical oxygen, you know. Yeah, Demrupi says, you go about and pity for yourself, when all the while a great wind carries you across the sky. Don't forget about the wind, only just light. No more pity. Edward Snowden is a hero in this house. And if we want to talk about the age-old matchup of Sega versus Nintendo, well, let's do a deep dive on the topic next stream. Edward Snowden is a hero in this house. And not Anthony Fauci. Because of the news that just broke about him that I won't go into right now because you guys are here for these Hot Crater vibes. And I'm sure everyone else here is now quietly, not in chat, but cook up your fan theories about if Only Just Light is an alt account, then don't name any names, but who is the actual person? Just think about it. Demrupees likes the Fauci. Dude, I'm pissed that Fauci did Metroid experiments that got out of control, and then he told everyone, no, the evidence strongly suggests it came from a bat at the wet market. Right? Hashtag Fauci knew. Hashtag Fauci knew. It, right? I'm mad. I'm not going to take it anymore. And that's why I'm going to continue asking questions about Charles's ousting. Right? This is all part of the suppression of information and freedom of inquiry. JJ's only regret after doing his COVID YouTube poop is that he never made a Fauci one. It's even creepier that he looks like Ellen DeGeneres. The no oxygen policy continues, but the accept engagement policy continues too. And that's one of the things that we're going to talk about during the Pokemon Sword and Shield Symposium that Only Just Light is going to unfortunately miss out on. I died. King K incorrectly identifies Gene Simmons and the rock band Kiss as being from England. And you look at the pinned comment and he says, what's it called? Yeah, I know, everyone's correcting me on the Gene Simmons, they're from America, I know now, but feel free to continue commenting and correcting me because it drives algorithm engagement, LMAO. Alright, Ghost of Burbs, see you next time. Bam Kuzam is wearing a Kiss shirt right now. And if you look closely at the artwork, is there a British flag anywhere in there? I would expect very much no. Much to King K's chagrin. Bam Kuzam didn't see it, so King K is definitely wrong. King Moly says if you knew there was going to be drama, you would have joined earlier and bought everyone popcorn. So I wouldn't call it drama. Because everything in that exchange, I always try not to keep repeating myself, but, you know, Only Just Light's statements, things that, and I know Only Just Light is still here listening. The things brought up are fair things to bring up. I mean, I have thoughts and responses, but these are all worthwhile things. Look, if people are going to get demonetized and demonized for reporting on Fauci's Metroid experiments, well, yeah, you know I'm going to push back against people trying to chase me away with accusations of speculation to talk about, you know, plainly available evidence of Charles Martinet's fallout. Gem Rupees has the fun gaming Sonic fun fact. Sonic has never been accused of doing gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And I learned that fun fact about Sonic on one of those little trading card decks that they would give out at McDonald's. Bam Kwazam is wearing the Destroyer shirt. Are you the Destroyer of Worlds? No, is Destroyer like a Kiss album? Just like Bam Kwazam's cat. Ba-ba-ba-da-da. Dun-dun, blue hedgehogs. So they were blue Nintendo Wii's? Jeez. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da. You know, this is like the classical days where Pariah 6ix9ine him would give me shit about this and that. We spar back and forth. I never want Ghosted Burp to feel uncomfortable, but I do feel like, you know, honest scrutiny of ideas and opinions is very much an important part of the Alex Yard Zone. It's what you won't get at a Game Explain stream. Game Explain, you're just gonna get Yoshi driving around in Mario Kart 8 again. Boom! I better not die, I have no lives. If I die, we're gonna expedite the song request. JJ remembers being pushed away by Radical Soda in his community during COVID. He said that anyone who doesn't get the vaccine deserves to die. JJ tried to have a conversation, but they all called JJ a stupid centrist. I don't even know offhand how that relates to centrism, but I think that, you know, as you're going to see, a running theme that's kind of organically developing for my discussion segments, and, you know, it's... Right, the King K example today is him saying, hey, you Pokemon fans, don't criticize the Pokemon Company. It's unfair, right? I could cite examples of T. Lopes doing that, saying, don't criticize the Sonic Superstars animation. I don't know about you, but I'ma be busy creating, not criticizing. If you try to chase people away from valid criticism, that's a problem that deserves a comeuppance. Yeah, maybe even a sentencing. I'm not doing any T. Lopes Discuss segments anytime soon. Not anytime soon. But there may come a day. I have a list of Discuss segments, you know, to gradually get through. But yeah, dude, hearing that about JJ and people exiling him from a stream, because, yeah, I don't want to get too political, but suppression of information by governments, right? That should not be a problem in the 2020s. And Biden's administration did a whole lot of that. So without expanding on that at all, it just feels like we are backsliding a little bit as a freedom of information society. And so that's why I have even more imperative and motivation to push back on a lot of these lower stakes video game topics. Right? Yeah. Enough said. Enough. I don't care if the chair you're sitting in is blue or red, if you suppress information. But anyway. Welcome to... Alright, this definitely inspired Sonic and the Fallen Star, which I believe I've had that epiphany before. Yeah, Sonic and the Fallen Star had the cool kids Well, it wasn't trains. Vector says that was rude, but it was understandable. It was high-stress situations for Americans. You either supported the vaccines or you didn't. And no, Demrupees, today's discussion didn't happen at the beginning. Yeah, I think I will only ever do that at the beginning for the weekend stream. Because we always go right to go-kart right after the stream. Although, with dwindling attendance and dwindling voice chatteteers, should we make it every other week? Or like 2 weeks on, 1 week off? Just so we're not overdoing the kart? Something to think about. Not taking any drastic measures. We're still doing kart this weekend and everything. We could even maybe play a different game besides kart on that third week. Or, we're just talking. Got one more life. JJ forgives Radical Soda because he's a young left-leaning New Zealander. But Radical Soda is still a spoiled rich kid. And dare JJ say it, an idiot. Idiot. Yeah, I can't say I have much of a Radical Soda resume. I think we did a quick, not a whole video reacts, but we looked at some Sonic video by Radical Soda, and it just didn't work for me. Sorry I missed Keo's chat till now. This zone really aspires to be nothing else but Planet Wisp again. It's so wispy. What year did this come out? Like 2012 or something? Keo says the color scheme was already suspect as it is. But the industrialization theme keeps getting stronger. Yeah, this scaffolding with the kind of dark maroon. Welcome to Planet Wisp, everybody. Third Bruno has seen one of Radical Soda's streams, and then his Colors Ultimate video. Alright, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. Spontman Sonic Colors video. It was 7 minutes, and it was kind of just the facts video about the 4 versions. What is happening to... Listen, shout out to Spontman, it's all in good fun. Like to give him a hard time in a way that promotes him and constructively criticizes his potential. But that Sonic Colors video, I did not see the point. JJ says, Spontman is trying a new format. Facts. A groundbreaking new visionary format. Reciting facts. And then Muffin Tunes is back. I almost clicked on his stream. That's the guy that me and JJ went to a couple of his streams when he was more active. He takes requests and sight reads clarinet music to play on the spot, a whole bunch of video game tunes. And he's back, but I decided not to click on it because I was quasi-busy, but more importantly, I didn't want to give him too much of an endorphin hit on his first day back. He needs to earn it. First day back, sure, but can you keep going with this and not fall off the wagon you did? Vector agrees that the Spontman video was a nothing burger. And I couldn't bring myself to comment on it as much with that sentiment, but... Interesting. Vector reports that Radical Soda has, in the meantime, changed his video format, kind of slid back into his old style. And he's on his 8th or 7th playthrough critique of Scarlet and Violet. He should be talking about the things that matter, like Pokemon Sword and Shield. Stay tuned here at the AYZ Alex Yard Zone, because we are talking about Pokemon Sword and Shield today. What a perfect timing. It's 6 p.m. What's it called? Kyo's amazed. 6 p.m. Perfect timing. Yeah, Demropy says they're clearly out of Pokemon game titles. Scarlet and Violet sounds so much like a wedding dress shop. I don't. Come on. Pokemon Wool and Silk. Black and White. That was pretty base. Black and White 2. Why did they do Black and White 2? What was the thought process? All right, I guess we got to do... All right, listen. Auctions are a little bit bogus because you got plenty of people here that obviously have enough, so they're obviously going to drive the bidding. It's almost like we should start the bidding at 10. I don't know. Let me start the bidding at 10,000. And I did update the spreadsheet. Third Bruno says Scarlet and Violet kind of work for the spectrum of light. All right, so bidding starts for the song request at let's just start it at 10,000. Do we have 10,000? It's like almost what the price is. What's the point? I don't know. Vector assumed that Black and White 2 was to recapture the vibe of Gold and Silver, but while technically doing something new. Third Bruno wonders if it was to make the Unova region more. The map for it looks so simple that Third Bruno didn't even get Black and White 1. And Vector Sater points out, after all, it was the America generation which leaned heavily on trying to wax nostalgic about Gen 1. They pandered to Gen 1 homies like me. That's awesome. Alright, alright, so let's start the bidding at 5K. Do we have a 5K bid for today's song request? 5K, everybody. Who wants it? JJ raises it to 6K. It's at 6K. Vector's at 7. Vector's at 7. Do we have an 8K? Keo had one recently, so is sitting this one out. Vector's still got it at 7. Do we have an 8K? Do we have an 8K? 8K, no, sorry. 7K going once. 7K going twice. And finally, Vector Sater has it, 7,000 points. Well done. So, Vector, you can send that now stat as I celebrate Dem Rupees subscribing. Thank you so much. 13 months. You hit the year mark, and I thank you so much, Dem Rupees. To 13 more months. I do appreciate it. Helping to keep the zone alive. And look, zone subscriptions are a little down. I feel like they always used to float at about 20. And lately it's been like 12 or 13. So I'll just take this opportunity to thank Dem Rupees and everyone who is still subscribed. It's super helpful. All right, so yeah, Vector Sater, the request is yours. You can go ahead and send it right now. And as we wait for that to come in, Third Bruno has the breaking news that Bruno's laptop keyboard replacement finally happened. And you're going to get your laptop back this weekend. Success. What's the first game you're going to look into? Wow, Third Bruno might gift sub someday. Don't know when. Well, that would be very nice and appreciated. I mean, you already do a triple sub, tier 3 sub. So, Third Bruno's pulling his weight. I say pulling his weight. I don't mean to suggest that some people aren't pulling their weight. But I will also just say that I just gently recommend to everyone not to do a random gifted sub. Like, pick a person. Because if you do a random sub, it's going to go to Sonic CD Speedrun Archives, as they typically do. Vector, it's okay if you're not ready to hit send now, but at least let me know that you know that the request is yours and that it's on its way, so to speak. Now the gameplay, okay. I guess I'll just say this because we have time to kill. While Vector is hopefully, I'm praying that Vector is currently in the process of sending over his request. That would be great, and it would be disastrous if he wasn't. All right, sweet. Third Bruno doesn't play games on the laptop. Okay, so it's more for just general use. Surfing the web. Vector's going to send it to me instead of JJ Stat. Nice, but Third Bruno's going to compose in MuseScore. Very cool. I highly recommend MuseScore to anybody. Wow, JJ. So not only did Vector send it to the wrong person, he didn't even send the request itself. He stated an intent to do so. We don't need that. We just need the song request. Sam, you're back in time for Vector Sater's request. You guys ever watch Eric Andre? I was thinking about him today. That great song, Chiquita Banana, Obama. Chiquita banana, Oshkosh bagosh. No, nothing. A simple supper time, about a dime of love. Damn Rupees knows Eric Andre. He's a force to be reckoned with. Third Bruno still owes a Vector Sage's request has arrived. Third Bruno still owes a recomposed version of an old song for your Elemental theme tour. Yes, and I'm sorry I haven't looked at the most recent one. I've got to get back on that wagon. All right, so let me pull up Vector's request. So I'll just say in the meantime that, first of all, Sam confirms Game Explain is live. And you know it's Andre because everyone else got fired. So the gameplay today, for the discuss segment, I'll let the cat out of the bag. The topic, of course, is Pokemon Sword and Shield. But the gameplay is going to be a Pokemon mod with Sonic characters. At risk of it being too distracting because there's text, I don't know. I'm not 100% on it, but that's kind of the default go-to. But all right. Because I combed through the first handful of minutes. It's so goddamn funny and perfect. I tell you, man, these modded games are so priceless. All right. So I don't think Vector put the exact copy-pasted text. Maybe I need to put that instruction in the redeem description or whatever, but I assume that what I just clicked on is the right thing. So here we go. Get some more volume. Come on, some of you should know this. It's a thing we talk about at times. It is. Maybe it's becoming clearer now. But maybe not. Kyo's thinking it over, not sure what it is. Wow, did the voice of Bart Simpson retire? Tracy Yardley? It's like Yard. Wait, no, I'm mixing up the name. Yardley Smith. Doesn't matter. Kyo's guessing Gran Turismo. We got Ridge Racer. Vector says you're obviously on the right track, so there's that. Ooh, Aaron Monroe. I've used this person's footage at least once before. Keo guesses Daytona, USA. Contribution here. Here, why don't I show you and then you can see if you can figure it out. Because, yeah, given that we've been guessing for a while, I don't want to withhold the gameplay for too much of the segment, so I'm going to show it without specifying the name of the game. Here we are. What do we got? Whose mechanics does this look like? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Theo says it's the Hornet game? Where's the Hornets? Nobody? This is why I was inclined to show the gameplay footage, Vector. I got them hosting instincts. Dude, Vector is dying right now. Theo almost had it. Wow, look at the back of the car. The back trunk is busted. JJ rallies the troops. Come on, guys. Daytona, let's go away. Daytona, down, 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 do, 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 Daytona. Is this the right song looping? I think so. So it's up to Vector how much he wants to drag this pony along, or bring out the tent to put it out of its suffering. I think we should bring out the tent, Vector. Don't show me these burgers. Although not nutritious, yes, delicious. Alright, Vector has the big reveal. Daytona 2. I didn't know that one was in there. Specifically Daytona USA 2. We got the USA. Keo estimates that the chances Keo could have guessed that rest at 0%. Ooh, an AM2 shout-out. I want gameplay, not credits. Whoa, look at the swinging ship from... Is there one of those in Monkey Ball? Okay. Here's Car Unleashed. Obviously not, but I still laugh and think about Man Unleashed. Oh, Mystic Mansion suddenly. This is a Sega game. Whoa, there's like a big monster. This game has it all. Wow, Vector says technically the title of this here game is Daytona USA 2, Battle on the Edge. Wow, I didn't know America had a sequel. Switch 2, USA 2. Dude, this track keeps on changing environments. It's pretty wild. It's an amusement park, is the idea. Kyo's vibing with this arcade racing here. Wow, Third Bruno and his family went to Daytona Beach over a year ago. Great trip. And you stopped by the iconic Daytona Raceway. I'm sure if you get close enough to the racetrack, you can hear faintly in the wind, Daytona. JJ wonders if Battle on the Edge is a flat earther content slice. Vector says that they were gonna port this, to Dreamcast, but it was quietly cancelled, like the Batgirl movie. Rest in peace. The Batgirl movie with Michael Keaton reprising he as Batman. It's sitting on a flash drive in an executive suite. Whoa, look at the red monster. But yes, Sam had wondered if this is the Sega model or the home version. What does the video say? I don't know what this is. Is this emulated arcade version? Vector says the giveaway that it's the Power Edition is that the Easy Track resembles the Easy Track from the original Daytona USA 1. In the original Daytona 2, that whole track is a giant bird cage. Too bad Ghosted Bird's not here. Bird cage? Sounds like a good time. JJ says Daytona was so ahead of its time graphically that home consoles couldn't perfectly play it until PS3. Dude, it's the power of the arcade. Unmatched by home machines. Like an NES. All these credits. This must be the arcade version, to have credits after every movement. Hey, it's the Mario Odyssey level. Is this a wax statue bit? Never mind. I don't want to think about Meta or Ray-Ban. Is that Tom Brady? That's different. Alright, we'll listen to at least another loop of this here track, and then we'll gear up for the discussion throwdown. We got signs on the buildings with product placement, like the Mario Lowe's cigarettes in the Japanese release of Mario Kart 64. Mario Lowe's, everybody. Fresh and delicious Mario Lowe cigarettes. Yeah, no, Vector says, how could it have switched to another song? It looped at first, didn't it? How could that have happened? I don't know. Okay, maybe the first run through was the vocal version, and then it auto-played, it went to the instrument. That would explain that. So yeah, we'll listen to one more loop of this, and then, I'm ready to go, and, it'll take the classic minute to take a breath and gather my thoughts, but it'll be great. In fact, let me start pulling up the clips so we can streamline the start of that. And I do intend to publish the video tonight. I've been able to do that for all of the Discuss segments. Publish it the night it happens. I gotta tell you guys, it's very energizing to do that, to be able to have such a brisk, direct line of my thoughts published to the masses. So Bruno says, unless it's the old-fashioned way of having it loop once, you know, like Pac-Man World 3, and the mystery game that Third Bruno is going to request soon. I look forward to it. Yeah, wait till you see this Pokemon game with Sonic characters in it. It might be really distracting, but I choose to use it as a performance because when else am I don't know when the next... Right? The amount of times that I talk about Pokemon is not free, so this is kind of the only chance. And it's so goddamn funny. I can't... I'm gonna do my darndest to just not even look at it. I believe I have it in my watch later. Of course. Yeah, Third Bruno says, Pokemon with what? It's modded. Oh, believe me, you have to see this. It's gonna take all your attention away from my commentary, but it'll be worth it. It's a Pokemon mod where, yeah, I won't give too much away, but expect Sonic characters. So goddamn cool and funny. Looking at the back of this car right here, I think the driver should seriously consider some impulse control. -7. Look forward to the gameplay vector. It's going to be great. It's going to come on the screen soon. I won't even give any more of it away. What you missed during an advertisement, however. As a micro... no. Gameplay is by Gingy Vibes. Game over. Oh, that's a cool name selection. I missed that. Look at that small loop. It's cute. A circular rotary name selection. I love it. So I think the only video I need to pull up is just King K's video. I don't think I've got any quote. When we do Reggie, I'm going to pull up maybe 2 videos total, but this is just the one. Exercise impulse control with the word impulse on this car. It's going to start soon, and I'm excited. So I'll be right back. Grab a pretzel, grab a drink. How do you do? Wake up. Now I shall disappear to return with comments. I disappeared. Wow, it gives you the current speed down to the 0.00 decimal, the hundredth. Kia figured out that next time you're close, just keys get. Yeah, I feel like most people, and this is not even to give Vector Sater a hard time, but in my experience here at the Alex Yard Zone for the past few years, when someone guesses the series but not the right game, usually they'll say, you're in the right series. Vector did say that Kia was red hot close. I don't know if anyone else even knew that there was just a Daytona 2. Like, if you said, name one game, Alex, besides Daytona USA, and that's it, I wouldn't have known too. And just like Vector said, it's not as well known. Alright, so I know you can't see me yet, that's by design. Turn that off. Uh-oh. Oh, well, no, I can see the chat. Okay, sorry, Darwin. I missed Darwin's chat before. Shame on me. It was way back on Mario. Third Bruno doesn't dislike racing games, but never got too into them. You've not had a chance. Now, Third Bruno, if I was going to pitch anything of like something that could maybe be good to just to kind of dip into, if you have Switch Online, F-Zero 99 is totally amazing. Like that's truly, moving racing forward. Amazing mechanics. Yeah, I can't speak highly enough about that game, F-Zero 99. F-Zero, let's go away. Alright, so I got the attribution. And then... No, I have the King K in a different video. Daytona. Pokemon Sword and Shield retrospective. That's the one. Released 9 days ago. JJ told me about it like 5 days ago. And here we are. Yeah, Third Bruno, maybe saw the direct trailer for that. Looks neat. It's so cool. I dipped into it a little bit because, let's just say, it might be involved in a forthcoming video, and not the Sonic Man, not a music theory video. Second channel. You can guess what it is. But, yeah, because F-Zero 99 has amazing risk-reward mechanics because if you run out of boost, you die. Someone hits you. Let me just test the levels on this.
Starters.
Get ready to hear King K's voice today.
Shock of my beautiful baby boy turning into an action movie star. I can't help but appreciate their creativity. Gigantamax Inteleon is really clever, stupid as it might look.
Alright, it's getting into the yellow. That's as high as I can get it, but it should be good enough.
Design, where 6 entities are controlled.
And gonna bring in the gameplay. Not that. This. Oh, it's gonna... Well, I already kind of told you the pitch. But now... Reveal that. There we go. So I'll pop back on camera now. All right. So I actually need to resize this. And maybe in the future I can get a different... Because, as you may know, to tear down the walls... thank you, Dem Rupees, for the welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. This video that you're gonna... This gameplay that you will see on screen during our discussion now... is literally the capture that will be used in the video that posts to YouTube. So I maybe ought to figure out a way to get that a little bit... I mean, I looked at the footage on the Toby Fox video with the Undertale Mania mod, and it looked fine, even though it was only that size, what you're looking at, this window. Alright, so I guess I should just turn off the preview, because I don't want to get distracted by this hilarious gameplay footage. So it's kind of going to be like putting a hat on and then putting a hat on top. We're having this high-concept King K analysis breakdown discussion, but you're going to see things on screen, and if you're like me, you're going to, like, jump in your seat and say, hey, look, Gary, that's so funny and cute. But whatever happens, happens. This is probably the only time I'm going to be talking about Pokemon for a good while, so I might as well. It'll take a little bit of the pressure off King K that folks now and on the Alex Yard Adventure video posting will get distracted by all the festivities visually. All right. So, I just need to click open my not a script, but, you know, a list of things to touch upon. And my voice is transmitting nice and loud, so that's good to go. Okay, so I'm going to hit play on the gameplay. I should really vow not to say a single... I'm going to be so tempted to say things. And I guess I should encourage you guys not to say anything about the game in chat, because it'll make it harder for me to find the actual on-topic stuff. And look, I'm asking for trouble because I'm putting this hilarious mod here. So I would say everyone here is allowed to point out 2 awesome, funny, epic, whatever thing. You're allowed to comment on this Pokemon mod twice only. And I probably won't read it out loud, but you are allowed to do it. Vector Sater has thoughts. So let's dive right in. Here it comes. Yeah, Vector, please do not do that. I know you want to, but you're going to make it very difficult for me to read and respond, right? So you get your 2. Make them good. Make them count, Vector. If you guys want to open up a Discord chat to talk about the mod separately from this chat as it's happening. All right, cool. All right, sweet. Vector understands. Great. So, the first thing you're going to hear me say in this video that gets posted to YouTube is King K is wrong about Pokemon Sword and Shield. And in this video right now, what we're going to do is debunk the straw man nonsense and painful condescension in that video. We will then identify the actually surprising similarities between the Pokemon Company and King K Incorporated itself. And finally, I will be delivering King K his sentencing, which will specify what would be needed to be done, which will specify what will be which will specify what needs to be done in order for him to atone for this situation. And by the way, you guys can hear me all right? No microphone problems, no nothing? No crackles, no funny business? Let me know if so, but, all right, mic working fine. And if a moderator can change the category to just chatting, no rush, but, you know, whenever, that would be great. Cool. So let's dive right into it, guys. This Pokemon Sword and Shield video caused quite a stir among King K's subscribers. And the biggest crux of the issue... I'm going to turn off my preview panel. So I'll say if the gameplay somehow gets messed up, I'm going to have it on the screen a little bit, so I might be able to catch it. Just if anything audio or visual-wise happens, just let me know. Okay. So this video caused quite a stir among King K's subscriber. There was a fair amount of baffled backlash. And a lot of the issue traces back to a lot of the issues with the video pertains to the particular aspect of the Pokédex. Because Generation 8, Pokemon Sword and Shield, was the first Pokemon generation where they had to cut some Pokemon from previous generations. Up until then, all previous Pokemon were brought into the next generation, but because Sword and Shield Gen 8 was the first Pokemon generation on the Switch, the reason cited in the infamous Nintendo Treehouse on the game was that with the Switch's newly powered capabilities, now the Pokemon in the game can be more expressive. And because that involves higher development costs and lifts, and because that involves higher development costs and time requirements, they had to make the decision to cut a certain quantity of previous gen's Pokemon, which they had never had to do before. But hey, it's the Switch, it's next gen, it's $60 game. I suppose people were amenable enough to that eventual inevitable concession that would need to be made. However, people were very displeased to discover that many of the Pokemon that were retained from previous generations just had the same wireframes recycled. Wireframes from the 3DS, bro, right? You're paying $60 for a Switch caliber game. You don't want to see imported recycled wireframes from that handheld machine you played before. And so the fact of the matter is that these wireframes used all the same motions and mechanics in many cases. And so people looked at this and they're like, well, hold on. I don't understand. I don't see how this is supposed to be more expressive. If anything, there's new textures on the Pokemons. So So are there strands of fur hair supposed to be expressive somehow? Are we being sold a pitch that's not grounded in anything substantive? It's like if they're going to make these cuts to the Pokedex, gamers were understandably wanting to see, the next level up of complexity, nuance, and expressiveness in the animations. And it just wasn't there at all. So one of the very bizarre things that King K pointed out in his attempt to debunk and push back on these criticisms of Pokemon Sword and Shield is that in the live stream where they made that statement about the expressive Pokemon, they were showing footage of the game during that very live stream. So King K says, well, it's not like they hid anything from you. They were showing you the gameplay footage while they were talking about it. And it's like, well, hold on. The footage that they show in a treehouse is not necessarily indicative of anything for the final product of the game. Because it's a treehouse when it's still in development. It's not necessarily final game footage. It's got the disclaimer at the bottom of the screen, not final footage. Okay, but even if we were looking at it on the understanding that, yes, these wireframes that you see in action here, recycled from the 3DS, are what's going to be in the game, well, it doesn't matter that they were showing it during the stream and that makes it transparent and honest. The point is, you could point to that and say, hey, he just said it was going to be more expressive, but we're just seeing the same recyclage. So the fact that King K would use this opportunity to very aggressively start piling on the condescension and say, anyone who has functioning eyeballs could see on screen, right? No one disputes that. No one disputes that we could see gameplay footage on screen. Whether it was included in the stream or not, the point is just that they made concessions for the Pokedex, citing the reason of more expressive, detailed, nuanced Pokemon, and they just didn't deliver on that. Another point that King K tried to use to defend the Pokemon Company's approach to this is to say that that quote that they gave about the expressive Pokemon may have been some kind of a translation error. And hello, Shadow Ops. It wasn't a prepared written statement. It was speaking off the cuff during a Nintendo Treehouse, and perhaps the translator picked the word expressive, but maybe that's not quite what was intended. And so King K uses this to say, well, on the basis of the ambiguity in the translation, it's not right to say that Game Freak lied, per se. Now, as far as that word lie, I personally would not say that Game Freak lied, per se, but I think it's a fair reaction as a starting point to say, hey, this was a little bit misleading. And these things that you claimed and promised about the forthcoming game, next-level expressive animations and content that would justify the cut Pokedex, was not delivered, because we're looking at the same wireframes from the DS dude. So I flatly reject this defense of giving them a little bit of benefit of the doubt because of a potential translation issue, because that would set a bad precedent that anyone doing international business can just operate with one less layer of transparency and accountability, because you can just up and point at any one quote and say, maybe that's not exactly what they meant. If you're an international company, it falls upon you to pick a decent translator. And listen, bad translation, it's not like they're breaking any marketplace rules. but it is perfectly sensible for fans to feel like they're being fed this false narrative that's not backed up by anything substantive, and feel... what's the word? And feel that this is just a salesman inflating the value of a product that's actually lower than what it would seem, and it's enough for them to lose trust and faith in the developers and potentially stop being a player or customer. So the ability to obfuscate specifics behind a translation benefit of the doubt layer is not a crime, but me as a customer, I want to be spoken to honestly, and I'm going to vote with my wallet if I see that some of these statements are non-substantive. The next troubling thing that King K tries to establish is that the Pokemon Company and Game Freak, he's saying, oh, they're not lazy because let me point at individual things that they did that are not lazy. He cites quotes that they selected Pokemon based on the widest appeal, and also acknowledging that the criteria of which Pokemon would make the cut needed to have synergy with the battle system for this game. And it just kind of feels like a cop-out. Like, sure, you can point at individual decisions they made or criteria they established as indication that they weren't just totally phoning it in, but that's a straw man. No one's saying they totally phoned it in. The game is functional. It counts as a Pokemon game and generation. It's just weak sauce. And a lot of the gamers are fed up with having their patronage taken for granted. And King K further tries to chase people away from these criticisms by delivering one of my favorite cop-outs to call out is that King K points at the audience and says, hey, you've never developed a game, so you don't know what you're talking about. So King K, is that to say that everyone ever who has never developed a game now doesn't get a seat at the table of constructive criticism? Doesn't have the basis to say any amount of constructive criticism? What about potential players and customers voicing their very basic and fair concerns about the game as a criteria to decide if the game is worth it or if the series is going in a reasonable direction? I don't think King K has ever developed a game, so should he take all of his videos down if he's following his own rules that if you haven't developed a game, you don't know what you're talking about? So that's one of the biggest straw man issues with King K's video, is that King K makes it seem like he's rushing to the defense of the artist and telling these Pokemon fans, hey, stop giving the artists a hard time. They're doing great, and this is not up to them. They're just following orders. And it's like, King K, sugar, no one disputes that. Anyone talking about the laziness or the inadequacy of the Pokemon game's output is ultimately looking at the top, the people setting the budgets, the people scheduling the release cadence for these games. So to try to chase people away and say, it's not the artist's fault, don't give them a hard time. King K is just rolling around in his own echo chamber, debating a straw man perspective that doesn't exist. And by the way, I haven't seen anyone say anything in chat yet, which is fine, but I just want to make sure that, everything's still on and you can hear me. You're welcome to chat, but you can only say 2 things about the modded gameplay. All right, sweet, listening. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you so much. Awesome. JJ says discuss. So King K poses this and say, well, how does it convert to profit? So King K says, if you want the artist to have more time to create, well, how does that convert to profit? So there King K is citing the steady release cadence of these Pokemon games and saying, well, if we extend the production process to give more time to create for the artists, how does that translate to profit? Well, it doesn't. See you later, Serious Sam. But it's also just a matter of you could just as easily solve the issue by hiring more artists. More hands on deck, more help. And yes, King K, you are technically right that would make net revenue go down, that would make net profits go down. But this release cadence issue seems to enable a complacency in King K's perspective that because the hardware is getting more complicated, inevitably the workload increases, so we're going to keep the release cadence the same. So naturally, with each subsequent generation, they're going to be able to do less and less of total volume, given the expressiveness of the animations, for example. And if King K is amazed and if King K can't wrap his head around the idea that hiring more artists or giving them more time, how does that convert to profit? Well, sweetheart, it converts to profit because it maintains customer satisfaction. If enough people see that they're getting shortchanged, they're going to vote with their wallet. And so even if people are still going to, even if a lot of people are still going to buy Sword and Shield, and they might even buy the next generation too. But there's nothing wrong with them expressing their concerns that the games are getting more hollow, that they hit store shelves with a lot less meat on the bone that is established. So JJ says someone might try to debunk that by pointing out how well Sword and Shield sold. So so I'm going to talk about that specifically later, and I probably should acknowledge it now and at least tease that, because that's exactly what JJ said is kind of the twist of this, and it's also going to apply to King K's YouTube channel, is that King K's YouTube channel, he's going to get guaranteed views. So he has not as much of an incentive anymore to deliver a quality product. You guys are absolutely right, though. Vector says customer satisfaction is overrated now. Just make it as shitty as you can to get away with squeeze maximum money. Right. And it is worth touching upon that. Well, of course, you're going to vote with your wallet. Now, I say that, but of course the problem is that for Gen 8 and even Gen 9, there's no semblance of solidarity where people are going to get together and boycott the game to send a message. They're going to buy it. Sword and Shield sold plenty. And we will touch upon the dubious nature of that unfortunate vicious cycle in part 2 of this video. Yeah, and JJ says, Pokemon guarantees profit by knowing many fans will buy both versions. And then they'll buy the combined version a couple years later or whatever. And Shadow Ops says that's really arrogant on that guy's part. And yes, thank you, Shadow Ops, for also confirming. Yeah, I just want to make sure people could still hear me and everything. So ultimately, it's just as simple as that, yeah, if Nintendo knows full well that people are going to buy the game regardless, and that a great many people will definitely, no question, buy both versions of the game on day one, well then it's just the Pokemon Company seeing what they can get away with, and by voicing our concerns in great numbers, we are pushing back and putting pressure on the Pokemon Company not to cut too many corners. But the fact of the matter is, the games continue to sell perfectly well. Eblo says, if someone's defense is to tell naysayers that they're not game devs themselves, Eblo says, your response to that defection is that you don't have to be a chef to know something tastes like crap. And that's absolutely right. Nor do you have to be a video game developer to leave a review on Amazon. Now, King K expounds upon this. He brings in all these layers of shame to try to chase away the criticizers from this topic by saying, can we talk about this without bringing people into it? Well, King K is a hypocrite because he's doing that exact same thing. He's talking about the people that are ultimately very rightly upset about being shortchanged starting on the Switch with these Pokemon games. King K wants to see Harvard diplomas before you start dishing out wisdom like that. Yeah, it's... you don't have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. King K doubles down saying, can we talk to each other without being above each other? But King K, you very clearly think that you're above a great deal of your audience by saying, anyone with functioning eyeballs can see the gameplay on the screen. And so as we wrap up part one on this video, and so as we wrap up this first chapter, and so as we wrap up the first of 3 sections of this video, one more thing to point out to the video, one more thing to point out from the video of King... One more thing to point out from King K's video is the extended metaphor at the beginning about a bridge that's going to nowhere. He talks about some anime where they're building a bridge out into the distance, and it's not clear what the bridge is supposed to be going to, or what the purpose is in, or what the purpose is for. And is it worth it to continue? What's the point? What's the end game? And he tries to extend that to Pokemon. But that is a totally broken metaphor. Because with that infinitely extending bridge, a bridge is a means to an end. The bridge should connect 2 different locations, 2 bodies of land across water. So a bridge to nowhere is pointless. But that's not what Pokemon games are. Each game is its own self-contained experience. So to try to liken the continuing generations of Pokemon to that bridge that's going for... I think he just got a little bit carried away. He wanted to deliver an epic, insightful metaphor up front, and unfortunately it fell flat on its face. All right, so what we're going to do now is take a look at King K Inc.'s. So what we're going to do now is take a look at King K Incorporated as an overall entity, as itself a bridge that keeps going and extends to somewhere, if we're going by King K's unfortunate metaphor. Because a lot of the things that King K asks you to meditate on about the Pokemon Company itself is, very unfortunately, directly also applicable to King K's YouTube channel. So King K first says, is Pokemon for us, or is it for the machine? And I ask myself that same question about King K's channel. Is it for the viewers, or is it just for the YouTube money-making machine that allows King K to be a full-time content creator with no other job? So I am going to play at least one clip right now from King K's retrospective. Let's jump to the timestamp. Ads playing. Just need a second here.
It's meaning. So maybe if we all organize and yell loud enough, we can defeat evil. Look, I hate to be the one to say this, but it's not going away. It doesn't matter how hard you scream. It doesn't matter what you say. Businesses are built to go where the money goes. If you've got a good thing like this going, rule number one is to not fuck that up, whatever it takes, unless, of course, you're willing to take a look at the systems which perpetuate these incentives and lines of thought. Judging by the comments on my X and Y...
Dude, at what point in time did King K become Ian Flynn and the comic book guy from Simpsons all rolled up into one? Let me do that again. Dude, at what point in time did King K become the comic book guy from The Simpsons and Ian Flynn rolled into one? Did you hear the delivery of that? The over-enunciation? I feel like I'm watching a Rachel Zegler interview where she's saying that Snow White was made in the 1920s, and very evidently so. King K must know that this extra scorn is not doing him any favors, but he just wants to lash out, have his moment, take 1 week to skim through some comments, and then just have the video and the entire discussion disappear into a void outside of his own echo chamber bubble. Let's go to another clip here.
The devs are lazy, and that's how we ended up in this situation? Genuinely, what the fuck? Where does that line of reasoning come from? No, the reason this is happening is that Pokemon is a perpetual money-printing machine that no one in their right mind would ever slow down for any reason. Especially not to give artists more time to create. How does that convert to profit? You cannot get upset at them for that. Unless, maybe you do recognize there's a larger force here that might be flawed. Perhaps...
he's sweeping to the rescue with his insight. Yeah, JJ wonders, why is he shouting like the completionist?
But you cannot get upset at them for that. Unless, maybe you do recognize there's a larger force here that might be flawed. Perhaps Pokemon keeps building for some reason. We might want to ask ourselves why they started building this bridge and where it might be going. What?
I just want to go to the beginning of that clip because there was some specific part of it I wanted to say. I apologize. Yeah, JJ wonders why this is so aggressive. You're saying he sounds emotionally affected.
Genuinely, what the fuck? Where does that line of reasoning come from? No, the reason this is happening is that Pokemon is a perpetual money-printing machine that no one in their right mind would ever slow down.
Just like King K would not slow down to really think through this condescending criticism that he's pouring on his well-meaning viewers, and that King K would never dream of slowing down to ensure quality control about getting basic facts like the band Kiss and Gene Simmons being from the UK, as he offhandedly states in his video. Kiss is from America. They were all born in America except Gene Simmons, who was born in Israel. And so that same complacency of guaranteed profits that King K is illuminating the audience with is also the same money machine that by this point in time is in full swing on King K's channel. King K has built his brand. He just needs to put the name of the game and the retrospective. People see that branding with that title, they're going to click on the video. Demrupi says the bridge is an invitation for Pokemon fans to continue their arrested development indefinitely. LMAO. Okay, so I can sit here and speculate about King K's, laziness, whether or not lazy is the right word. He certainly seems content and complacent in this bubble, and only takes a passing sniff test of the backlash that he gets that he does not appear to be interested in any meaningful self-improvement in his commentary or the fairness of his perspective. And so I can sit here and borderline speculate about this, except that King K then proceeds to open his mouth and remove all doubt about these things that I suspected. Okay, I gotta jump to this timestamp.
I got my giant purple UFO bug. My reasons for continuing to enjoy this formulaic structure might be perceived as shallow, but I don't really care. I don't need my opinion of a video game to be anything more than special to me. I just happen to share mine with all of you. On the internet, every opinion has to be a movement.
Okay, wow, so you just revealed your entire MO that you're not actually out to make any valid points that other people can grasp onto. You're just kicking back in your gamer chair, indulging in any good feel, honing in on whatever makes you feel the best in the moment without needing to justify it. It's almost like King K's YouTube channel is just his articulate diary of impressions, with half-baked assertions and hot takes thrown in to drive engagement, and for him to lift himself up on a pedestal that he views as above the rest. Yeah, and Vector, you can remind me about that later. Thank you for reminding me. So it's as if King K is openly acknowledging that he's not trying to persuade you or defend this. I'm trying to find the words for this. So he openly acknowledges that his commentary style is overtly selfish and self-preferential, and that he's making these reviews just for himself, not really as much as a communication medium with others. You know, he's like Michel Ancel. You play those Rayman games, and they have all sorts of wacky, wild, inflatable things that don't really make sense or add up to much, but it's just Michel Ancel wanted to entertain himself and then publish the game. Now, I recall King K used to have a self-descriptive tagline where he billed himself as a washed-up 420 YouTuber who people refuse to stop watching. And so he's almost like basically admitting or acknowledging that his product doesn't have a lot of care and fairness. It's not necessarily making arguments in good faith. He's just distilling all of his scattered observations into a single video, which he can then upload to YouTube. Other peoples are allowed to see it, which will divert a great deal of revenue to him. So he's sitting there like, all right, I'm going to keep doing my thing in my echo chamber as long as you guys continue to keep watching it. King K might as well come out and say, I don't know why you would expect me, King K, to be fair or level-headed or take criticism in good faith, because I can just keep doing these videos exactly the way I am, and he's still going to get a monthly check from YouTube for ad revenue that is perfectly sufficient. Yeah, JJ says, oh, he's 420? Then why is he so closed-minded? Dem Rupees thinks that a grift is the term. And I was wondering, I've been lately, I don't know if I said this on the air, wondering if I understand the proper definition of grift. What I think it might mean, you can tell me if I'm right, is it could mean that you're just kind of spindling up things that are not substantive, but you're selling a certain narrative that's not really substantiated by anything, but you're doing it to get a headline, to get clicks. You're saying a lot of nothing. Either that... Oh, a Mario mod? Oh, thank you for pointing that out. All right, JJ thinks a grifter is somebody who fakes it until they make it. Yeah, so I think this was part of a... Have we seriously been talking for 40 minutes? No. Could we have? Did we go through the entire Pokemon? There's 40 minutes? Maybe we did. Yeah, let me... Maybe, yeah, time flies when I'm yapping, but... Yeah, this is a video series, so I should be able to get episode 2. Or maybe I'll just find, the playlist itself. Yeah, I gotta just deactivate this video for a brief moment. Alright. Yeah, I found the playlist, so I'll just leave the playlist on. Bring it back up here. Now, he's typing a new file. Excuse me. He's typing a new file. I don't... Alright, I'm just going to skip ahead. Sonic is Evolving, number 4. There's Amy. Okay, I just have to take literally like 30-second break. Refill my water, take a quick pit stop. Yeah, JJ says a lot of channels spring to mind for grifting. And is this gameplay going? Is he just standing still? Yeah. Demropy says a YouTube grifter sort of capitalizes on feigning, I never know how to pronounce that, an opinion they don't care about for ad revenue. So they're just kind of putting on a show. They might not mean what they say, but they're doing it to get attention and get and kind of trigger reactions, probably. So I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Yeah, I agree with Shadow saying that if a game is not delivering the substance, then buyers of the game have every right to say something about it to the developers. Yeah, certainly on Reddit and whatnot. JJ assumes most people are trying to enter an oversaturated market. Yeah, and don't get me started about Video Game Donkey. Okay. So we're just about done with part 2. We're getting to the sentencing. And so King K's complacency to be happy with the lack of attention to detail and the lack of considering other people's perspectives, the guy couldn't ask around. Does Liam Triforce share all these concerns that King K has about the unreasonable backlash, supposedly, from the Pokemon community? I want to know where Liam Triforce stands on this. This very aggressive condescension becomes even more baffling when you consider a little bit about King K, the person himself. And yes, King K, I'm going to talk about you, King K, the person now. Deal with it.
Person who can deal with it. It's tough. I think I'm just not built for this kind of nasty behavior. Unfortunately, I have to mold myself into the kind of person who can deal with it, since my job is to contribute to that discourse in a lot of ways. To continue to write about Pokemon in any meaningful way means to address, even externally, how the franchise has developed and changed over time, using my perspective wherever it applies.
So you're going to take to your pedestal and lecture and diagnose the people who don't agree with you about a video game topic, and yet you turn around and you have thin skin. And you can barely stand to look at comments, which you're probably just skimming through. And even when people offer valid criticism, you look at the pinned comment on the Sword and Shield retrospective video, And it's just this kind of passing whimsical, yeah, I read your comments and I guess I messed up this time. I'll try to do better next time. It all just feels very token, like you don't actually care about the feedback you're getting. You might as well just be lounging in your gamer's chair, seeking to get as much algorithm revenue as possible. It baffles my mind that these King K's and geek critiques will so aggressively lecture dissenters in this way, but then it turns out that they're oversensitive people. And so that's going to bring us now to King K's sentencing. I will now sentence King K by describing what he needs to do in order to make this right. King K, I sentence you to acknowledge the fact that your channel has become the money-printing complacency factory that the Pokemon Company is. So, King K, I sentence you to acknowledging the fact that your channel has become the money-printing complacency factory that the Pokemon Company is, and Game Freak. You deserved me making this video because you tried to chase people away from fair, valid criticism. Why it is important for Pokemon fans to speak up about their misgivings is because if they don't, that's just enabling the Pokemon Company's practices. It is signaling them that all is right, keep doing what you're doing. We fans are content that each subsequent generation is a little bit more hollow, that they are taking our purchase for granted and shortchanging us because investors. So King K's sentence is straightforward enough. With that established, I guess I just want to float a thing or two to King K's viewers. What do you do next? Do you continue watching King K regardless, in the same way that you continue to buy Pokemon generations as they come out? And if you continue to watch King K, and he still has a steady amount of views and ad revenue month by month, well, then you got to imagine King K on his end thinking, why should I take any of this feedback and criticism to heart when I can just plow ahead knowing that I'm going to get plenty of views for it? And so you got King K. Well, no, I already said that. Right, me deciding whether I want to watch King K or not. I'm only one person. But many of the King K viewers that were really dismayed by this video, I'm not even telling you that you should definitely stop watching him. I know that, when you're this deep into a creator that you watching his videos throughout the years, you know that he has a lot of articulate insights that you're just not going to find on every last channel. And so you feel invested, or a scarcity mentality that you could not bring yourself to stop watching his videos. I get that, but extrapolating King K's opinions, conclusions about the Pokemon Company, if you as King K viewers will just continue watching and commenting on his videos, then the money printing machine will continue and King K won't have to pick up a day job. And the only thing to conclude about that is that if that's how it's going to go, then it's probably not even worth it getting worked up in the comments. I agree with so many of the concerns that you're expressing. But if you're going to keep watching his videos and comment, just like people are still going to keep buying Pokemon games by the millions, well, then nothing's going to give. There's no amount of customer backlash that will ever matter if the money will continue coming in. And at that point, it's just a matter of being honest about the fact that the Pokemon series and King K's channel started strong. And otherwise, you would not be an audience member of Pokemon or King K if they didn't start strong. But now that both King K's channel and the Pokemon Company are too big to fail, they're going to take your viewership and or game purchase for granted, cut corners, be complacent, and just ride off into the sunset with a pile of cash. Demropy says, to be fair, you'd probably phone it in for the money too. It beats the average full-time job. And if people want to overtly phone it in, that's fine, but there should be no one chasing them away from calling out that fact. If people want to criticize Pokemon games for being half-baked, there's similarly nothing wrong with pointing out the issues with King K's content. Nor does King K have any basis to give his viewers a hard time for making this all about King K the person instead of just talking about the game. Third Brunos is ready to jump ship on the main Pokemon games. If it's no longer for Bruno, that's totally fine. King K doesn't think Sonic is for him anymore, so you're sure he understands. Yeah, so it sounds like Third Bruno has played plenty of these games and is finally ready to jump ship, but there would have to be so many more people that do that for Game Freak Pokemon Company to get the message, so it's kind of a foregone conclusion. There would have to be so many people that jump ship over a long period of time, and the baseline level of quality that they are maintaining is good enough that right, they're too big to fail now. But can a person bring themselves to stop watching King K? And the answer is, of course, yes, because I did. To give you a little bit of perspective of who I, Alex Yard, as the person, am coming from, to give you a bit more perspective of who I, Alex Yard, am as a person and where I'm coming from as a King K viewer, long before I went full-time as a content creator, I was just a viewer. And King K, for a while, became my classic morning breakfast cereal viewing. Waking up, having breakfast, and I got my phone with King K's Sonic video essay on. And I watched enough of his videos in that context that I was like, dude, this guy makes a solid video essay. I'm enjoying them on a regular basis. I ought to step up and contribute. And so I decided it's the right thing to do, support the art that I watch. I became a patron, and it was only a $1 monthly pledge, but still, that mattered to me that I was using his content, and because I had steady income, it felt absolutely right to support him. And this worked for a while, but even after just a couple months, things changed. And basically what changed is that I started to gradually notice the things that people are now crashing up against in the comments section of this Pokemon Sword and Shield video. So those things that people are calling King K out for in the Sword and Shield video, that might be in a great many of his videos. It's a sneer. It's a condescension. It's a default negativity. And I just caught so many negative whiffs of this that at a certain point I just had a snap moment where I'm like, I'm not going to give money to this guy. When he reviews a game that's good, the angle he comes from to deliver his verdict is to say, you know, I genuinely can't think of anything bad to say about this game. It's like it's you can hear the resentment in his voice. He would love to criticize it for, right? He's going around looking for negativity. And so when something emerges as just a flat out great game, it's like he's resentful of it. It's like, all right, I'll allow you to have this status as a good game. Third Bruno says that's why you're not hoping for anything from them. You'll just see what they come up with next and decide whether you're interested. And it's not even only the negativity, it's also a reliance on overly inflated vocabulary that is not necessary. Using this Pokemon video as an example, early on, King K talks about how there's not as many options for routes of where to go. And he describes this as a lack of agency. And it's like, sure, but don't you just mean it's like, sure, but don't you just mean that the game is linear? Do we need to bring in these philosophy 101? Do we need to bring in these undergraduate philosophy terms in order to make basic observations about a video game? It was the great George Orwell who said, never use a big word when a smaller one will do. And I worry that some of this inflated vocabulary smoothie, and I worry that some of these inflated vocabulary smoothies delivered the illusion of substantive content without even saying anything new or insightful. Bam Kuzam knows what I'm talking about, saying people think big words make them intelligent, and I used to be that. I'm going to cut this from the video, but I was like that. Dude, when I was in college, I got it in my head, yeah, I'm going to read 1,000,000 books, I'm going to get the best vocab ever, and people are going to know I'm going to make a great impression, right? Little did I know that I was down a vicious path of, right? I look back at the way that I used to talk to people, and I'm like, oh my God, that's so cringe. It's so unnecessary and attention-seeking to repackage basic thoughts with undergraduate degree philosophy terms. But yeah, and Bam Kazam used to be like that too. And look, it's not helping that some of these moments are delivered with the over-enunciation. It just feels very condescending. JJ says, I said that with all my full-sized aortic pump. What now? The Pokemon video really takes the Simpsons comic book guy condescending over-enunciation to an extreme extent, but that's always been there. And that's why I had to tap out back in the day. So King K, don't take this video personally as an ulterior grudge toward you. It's not that there's any special vendetta against you. It's just when I reached out to my audience to say, hey, have you watched any videos recently that didn't really make sense or require a thorough debunking, your name came up. So don't take it personal. JJ is quoting Friends, that one where Joey gets a thesaurus. You know, it's for that same reason that if I do a video investigation, It's it's for that same reason that, in the recent It's for that same reason that when I recently did a video investigation as to whether the song Spear of Justice from Undertale was an original composition or not, Toby Fox or anyone over at Royal Sciences LLC should not take it personal as a personal vendetta against them. It's just, I work in the domain of music theory. And so when you look at the topic of which video game composers have the most extreme examples of a composition that is presented as their own but contains way too much composition info, but it contains way too many composition choices from a pre-existing work, that's the game and list of songs that came up. So I go wherever the reporting requires. And look, I name dropped King K in my capstone cornerstone video. You have only experienced 25% of Sonic 3. And the fact that I would mention King K's name in so momentous of a video as a starting point, you should understand that there's a gesture of respect in that. Sure, I was holding him accountable and grilling him a little bit, but if I did not respect him, I would not have immortalized him in a video like that. The fact is, I responded to King K because something he said mattered, and that counts for a lot. And look, I wish that Sonic 3 and Pokemon Sword and Shield were the only outliers of baffling, disappointing commentary and poorly reasoned arguments doused in a layer of doused in painful condescension and echo chamber complacency. But I can think of other videos of his where he tries to make a forceful point and the gameplay he is showing on screen at this moment completely undercuts the argument he is attempting to put forth. So to all King K viewers, I sympathize that you've been with King K for this entire journey. You're rooting for him. And I think that this situation is just a stark reminder that the money printing machine that keeps King K and the Pokemon series active all traces back to every individual purpose. All traces back to every individual purchase adding up to guaranteed revenue. So it can be frustrating that these entities are too big to fail, but you should never, ever let the emotional soapboxing of people like King K try to chase you away from honest, constructive criticism. And anyone who attempts to chase people away from criticizing these entities in the same way that they tried to push people away from criticizing... No, I won't go into that. And so anyone who tries to chase away people in this way, well, they deserve 3 times as much pushback. Put them on notice. Don't negotiate with terrorists. Don't let King K try to hold you emotional... Don't let King K try to hold you emotional hostage by trying to guilt you into, oh, leave the devs alone. Leave the artists alone. That's a total straw man. And just about everyone in King K's comments section recognizes this, but does it matter? Is the bridge too far along that King K is set to coast off into the horizon, cash in tow, getting the last laugh, every time he hits a new subscriber milestone. So if it's any consolation to y'all disgruntled King K viewers, please feel free to let me know if there's any other videos of him, either recently or from the past, that deserve a reassessment. I did see someone on the Sword and Shield video saying, King K's retrospective here deserves its own retrospective a few years from now. Ask and you shall receive. You get the Insta retrospective today, just over a week after his Pokemon video debuted. And so this has been Alex Yard here at 91.6 WAYZ, the Alex Yard Zone. Let's go ahead and add King K to the Atonement Pending Board. So take care, everybody. Don't let King K get you riled up, because at this point, he's just screwing around half the time, and you deserve better. Goodbye. So, and cut. So that's the discuss. And so the plan is to, longtime viewers may know about the unnoticed board. Basically, that's coming back, but it's under a different name. It's going to be a board of all the lists of previous sentencings, just their name, as kind of an attention-grabbing, right? It's way better than an end card on a YouTube video because it gives you way more. It's a massive curiosity triggerer, and also leads to potential, right? I don't know if I realistically hope that anyone will actually serve out their sentence, but if they did, I would celebrate it. I would give them recognition in a video. That would, right? If like, who's the most likely to atone out of all the ones that I've done? Maybe, did I have it open before? Yeah. Game apologist. Like, he probably won't, but on a literal level, because he was wrong about the super and hyper status for Tails and Amy as of the day that Origins Plus came, because he was wrong about that on a technical basis, my opinions aside, he knows that even his most recent super hyper Amy video is inaccurate and obsolete. So at the very least, he has a more concrete, tangible, realistic reason why he would do the atonement. But hey, the atonement, I'm not waiting around hoping people serve their sentences. But it's hard to explain. It's not about that. What it's about is that they can't do what they're doing and hoping that the audience won't notice, won't piece things together, won't hold. It's accountability. It's accountability for very low-stakes stuff. We're talking about video games. We're talking about music theory. Although the stakes are small, the discussion techniques we use are just as perfectly applicable to higher stakes stuff. And when it comes to chasing people away from honest, constructive criticism, yeah, that's a big thing. That can earn you a video here at WAYZ. Because when the stakes get higher and people are chasing away, COVID lab theories, you know where I go with that. Yeah, Vector says that Vector has been on the same train as Third Bruno for a while where, yeah, you kind of thrown in the towel with Pokemon, no longer for you or anything. And Vector is the same way with Sonic, too. And I guess King K. It's so interesting that King K would be such a corporate apologist for this Pokemon situation, and yet Sonic Frontiers, right? In his Sonic Frontiers video, he's like, bye, Sonic. He did his classic, I'm done, right? The classic attention-getting thumbnail where you say, I'm done. Sayonara, mother flippers. And I'm going to have to censor out King K's F words. They're so unnecessary. I only say the F word on very relevant human moments. But I don't think I'll use the F word in any of my, only in live stream. I did say the F word on my main channel, but it was a live stream. Yeah, JJ doesn't think he'd ever walk away from Sonic, but you always vote with your wallet. Dem Rupee says King K got that F word and click, and it's a shame to see. I'm just going to, before I say goodnight, I'm just going to quickly play a couple of clips that I didn't play back when I discussed them. I just paraphrased, but I'm just going to play them in case I want to use the clip. So get ready for more King K voice. Yeah, I really should get the functioning eyeballs quote. I don't know if I did that. That might not be necessary, but let me do this first. 53, 57, 35.
More adventurous, immersive elements of 3D games I've covered, but even I don't really like that the more adventurous, immersive elements of the series have seemingly vanished. It's a pretty huge blow. I simply feel that we can continue to be scathing and poignant in our criticisms without bringing the people who labored over it into the mix as punching bags. My respect for Game Freak has only grown the more they seem to fail in the eyes of gamers. I can see what they were trying to do here, and even if it needed more time in the oven, Sword and Shield is what we were ultimately left with. For better or worse,
right? That was
it was
just
yet another Pokemon game, making bold.
That was Tautology City. Holy smokes. We got the game that we got. You haven't said anything. No one disputes that we got the game we got. That doesn't mean we should just accept it as the way it should have happened.
Trying to do here, and even if it needed more time in the oven, Sword and Shield is what we were ultimately left with. For better or worse, it was yet another Pokemon game, making bold changes and frustrating concessions, just as they did trying to cram Red and Blue onto the Game Boy, brushing up against every bug you could ever imagine.
Dude, and so that's the same fallacy as the Geek Critique, when the Geek Critique said, no, Sonic Origins is fine. You guys are just being picky and never satisfied with your criticisms. And if the internet was around when Sonic 3 first came out in the 90s, you would have seen the same slew of the type of comments, people criticizing every last thing as it's the end of the world. And here King K is saying that what's happening in Gen 8 Pokemon Sword and Shield is just like all the struggles they had and had to make concessions with Pokemon Red. Are you kidding me with this? And then, wow, JJ says, it's funny because graphically, Sword and Shield, for JJ's money, can look rather nice compared to what came after. So, Gen 9 is an even bigger step down. And it's partly fueled by everyone's decision to buy Generation 8. Nice. Shadow Ops is ready for the popcorn. So yeah, everybody, I'm going to say goodnight. And of course, thank you as always. This was a whole lot of fun. Very fun stream today. And yeah, I know that Ghost of Burb left when I was talking to Sweetheart Light or whatever the name was. I just want to say that I don't regret that session, but I'm certainly going to be mindful not to let me get worked up by that. Especially by someone who is a first-time chatter, right? Not only here's one of many reasons. One is that they might be an alt account person trying to get a reaction. So if that's the case, then I don't want to feed into that. But when I looked at the things that were said about Charles Martinet and also Sega versus Nintendo, that was such a harmless classic debate. For someone to pop in for their first time and then say, hey, don't talk about that. Hey, no, don't go that right. Yeah. So I'm not saying that I would never hold my line like that But I'm gonna, come in with my shields up and really only engage with such dissenters if they're bringing up a valid point. But after a while, it kind of spiraled into it reminded me of someone, I won't say their name, someone who left and someone who could be under an alt account. That, once you get deep of, oh, you said this, but I meant this, and just forget it. Yeah, third Bruno backed out for a bit out of fear it would become a conflict, but you didn't get up on the whole stream. So look, I definitely need to do a good job of, if I'm ever gonna engage with that kind of thing, to do it in a measured way that's not passing any stress or awkwardness to you guys, because I don't want to do that. So I have to show some restraint. I recognize that. And yeah, Demrupi said the guy would be so banned in your stream about 2 chat posts in. And I know what you mean, but there's part of me that wants to continue responding because I'm like, I want to show you how unreasonable this stance is, right? When someone accuses me of speculating, but then there's an ample mountain of evidence that Charles Martinet didn't go to the movie premiere, never so much as acknowledged a peep at the movie, right? When there's an overwhelming amount of evidence, I'm just compelled to say it. And I got to make sure I'm not getting instigated. But still. Vector, have a great night. Dem Rupees, take it easy. Third Bruno, see you later. JJ said bye to Vector. Bam Quazam, see you around. Eblo, have a good evening. And I'll be back on Wednesday, everybody. I forgot to put JJ's name in the stream. That, I always put verse JJ. This week it's going to be Sonic Spinball Speedrun, so that should be awesome. First 3 levels, not the 4th. I will just quickly mention that I actually, technically, for now, I stopped posting the schedule on YouTube. And I had kind of stopped posting it on Twitter, but I also stopped posting it on YouTube. Well, why is that? Well, viewership is not growing, so me posting the schedule on YouTube, I get the sense that the vast majority of people don't care, which is fine. It's not a problem. I don't want to spam up their feed with a once-a-week schedule. If it's not right, I would only do that if there was enough viewership drawn in to justify it. But there's not. And also, now that we're doing these discuss segments, taking shots at Reggie, it's going to be fun and provocative and bold. I'm not as keen as publicizing that. It's going to become a YouTube video, but it'll be on the second channel. I'm very selective about what I bring to the attention of the main channel subscribers. So Keo, and believe me, I consider this. Keo, before Keo was a patron, you checked every Monday at 1 p.m. on your time. And believe me, I think about that. There's got to be There's got to be a solution to that. Like, I guess because Twitter just became, the sparring battlefield. I'm making these bold claims on Twitter. I have the right to post my schedule. I just didn't feel right about it. I may return to that. But even then, not everyone uses Twitter. So do I make a blue sky just for schedules? Maybe. I don't know. Now, JJ raises the question of how we're going to deal with bonus stages. Do we do them or die as soon as possible? Well, the problem with trying to do them is that if you fail, then you're going to get rewarded for your failure because you may get out of there quicker. So I think we should I would think, based on the laws of physics, that every time, using an example, the first bonus stage after level 1, if you just you don't press anything, I would assume the ball will follow the same path every single time, unless there's any randomness or RNG to the exact trajectory of the ball getting sent out of the launcher. So if the ball will always do the same thing with no inputs, then maybe we should just, hands off the controller and hope that it's an equal amount of time that it takes to... Because I don't know if it depends on the level, but some levels, if you just let go of your controller, it will nonetheless bounce around for a good while. It's kind of hilarious, but yeah, so unless you have any thoughts on that, I guess that's what we'll do. So yeah, everyone, I'm going to say goodnight now. Have a great night, Keo, and everyone else I mentioned. Shadow Ops and everyone over on YouTube. Hey, JJ says Alex might win this one, and you guys saw me plow through the machine. At the very least, I got all the emeralds at the machine, boom. No problem. So, yeah. This is Alex Yard signing off here at the Alex Yard Zone. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks so much for hanging out for the whole stream, but also the discussion. I always love hearing your guys' take on everything. This has been